I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events.
Good morning. Welcome to BDTV Breakfast Show. I'm Deborah Eze. Thanks for joining us this rainy morning. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Dangote Refinery expects to process 100% local crude by year end. Nigeria's currency escapes the cost of oil price volatility. Strike over delayed salaries gathers momentum as more busters join. Trump says Ukraine will receive more weapons after U.S. pause on shipment. Nigeria losing ground in African women football, says Opera Ndozie. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Dangote Refinery has revealed that it expects Africa's biggest refinery to rely totally on Nigeria's crude by the end of the year. According to the refinery, this move would replace hundreds of thousands of barrels a day of imported oil, adding that it received about half of its crude in June by local producers who will be able to sell more to the facility as their foreign supply obligations end. Vice President of the Dangote Industries, Devakuma Edwin, overseeing the 650,000 barrel a day plant outside Lagos, added that the gradual ramp-up of the refinery has already made Nigeria a net exporter of petroleum products with room to go before reaching capacity. The company added that supply contracts with foreign companies, crew theft, and attacks on pipelines in the Niger Delta have however curbed production, reducing the availability of oil at home. And now moving on, analysts have revealed that the Naira appears to be decoupling from the price of oil, the nation's main foreign exchange earner, assisted by undervaluation, higher non-oil exports, and the virtual collapse in petroleum product imports. The reports showed that the Naira stabilized as oil prices fell after some initial volatility in the first half, as the currency is expected to end the year near 1,556 naira per dollar, marking its average exchange rate in the first 6 months of 2025 after it slumped 41% in 2024. The Chief Investment Officer at Emerging Market Investment Management Limited, Ayo Salami, attributed the change in the Naira's fortunes to its undervaluation, higher non-oil exports and lower imports demand, insisting that the currency is trading below its fair value based on purchasing power partially. According to market reports, a steady Naira will offer relief to businesses after step losses in the prior 2 years caused by the central bank decision to allow its trade more freely against the dollar. And still on, the Academic Staff Union of Universities strike is gaining momentum over the delay in salary payment as more universities join the ongoing industry or industrial action. Abubakar Tafa Balewa University in Bauchi State, the chapter member of ASU, were reported to have joined the strike as lecturers stayed off campus following a memo by the union leaders. According to reports, the University of Abuja also had skeletal participation as most lecturers were seen off campus as their salaries remained unpaid, while most of the lecturers at Ahmadu Bello University adhered to the resolution of the National Executive Council, staying away from work pending the payment of the June 2025 salaries. The national president of ASU, Chris Piwuna, on official resumption, however, emphasized that the union would have been involved in the no work, no pay policy on the federal government should there be any form of delay in payment of member salaries. To end the local news, the Senate has confirmed it will receive the certificate true copy of the Federal High Court judgment regarding the suspension of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. According to reports, the documents detailing the court's decision will be delivered to the Red Chamber, after which the next line of action will be determined. Despite earlier vowing to return to plenary on Tuesday, the suspended Kogi lawmaker has since backtracked, saying she would wait the official judgment before making any move. And on the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump has revealed that the US will send more weapons to Ukraine after an announcement last week that Washington would halt some shipments of critical arms to Kyiv. During a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump revealed that he was not happy with Russia's Vladimir Putin, noting that Ukraine was getting hit very hard. Trump also indicated that US would send primarily defense weapons to help Ukraine's war efforts. Among the armaments reported to have placed on post last week were Patriot air defense, missiles, and precision artillery shells, which Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky had appealed for the shipment to continue, describing US Patriot system as real protectors of life. Also, British Foreign Secretary David Lammy has decried the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, saying that the United Kingdom could take further action against Israel if a ceasefire deal to end the war in the Palestinian territory does not materialize. Speaking to the Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday, Lammy criticized the new aid distribution mechanism in Gaza, a group backed by the United States and Israel, dubbed as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. According to reports, the UK had also suspended talks for a free trade agreement with Israel over the blockade on Gaza, sparking a starvation crisis in the territory. And now to sports. Former Super Falcon forward Desire Oparanozie has criticized the Nigeria Football Federation for failing to adequately support women's football, warning that Nigeria's long-standing dominance in Africa is under threat. The 31-year-old and four-time Women African Cup of Nations champion revealed that rival countries are closing the gap due to increased investment in women's game across the continent. The former forward says that Super Falcons must now work harder than ever to maintain their position at the top, adding that the NFF has failed to build a proper structure for women's football in Nigeria, while other nations are making serious progress. And now to end the news, Newcastle United have agreed to a €55 million fee with Nottingham Forest for Sweden winger Anthony Elanga. Reports have revealed that the deal could be completed this week as Newcastle seek to strengthen their attacking options as they prepare for their return to the Champions League following a 5th place Premier League finish last season. The 23-year-old scored 6 goals and produced 11 assists for Nuno Espirito Santos' side during their successful 2024-2025 Premier League season. And according to reports, Newcastle is yet to pay a fee for a player this summer, with 18-year-old Spanish winger Antonio Cordero, the only new arrival on a free transfer from Malaga. And that does it this morning of BTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Up next is Newspaper Review. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Power, as we know, affects all and sundry. And today we're shifting the spotlight from Abuja, we're shifting the spotlight to the state. We are moving away from one-size-fits-all approach to tailor-made local power solutions. And this isn't just a policy conversation. This is a people conversation. Because when power reaches the state, it reaches the people. And when it reaches the people, it lights up homes, it lights up schools, and it lights up dreams.
The Energy Conference 2025, convened by BusinessDay, was a strategic policy intervention event focused on powering the states toward navigating Nigeria's decentralized electricity future. It brought together policymakers, regulators, investors, and advocates in the Nigeria's energy sector to explore actionable pathways for accelerating decentralized power solutions and driving inclusive state-led energy development across the country.
100% metering is possible, and we can do it in our lifetime. Once people are assured of the source of their revenue and they have line of sight to the revenue that we're talking about, more investment will flow in. Whatever it is that the discos are doing today as revenue, if it's properly enhanced and if they're also properly empowered, we project that you will see between 3 and 4 times that value coming on the market within the next 2 years.
The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Iboru, delivered a thought-provoking welcome address speaking to the theme of the event.
If you ask generator sellers today what they think, I'm not sure they see the end to their business. If they don't see the end to their business, so what are we talking about? Are we dreaming? More and more generators are being imported. In fact, there are new businesses, there are new people who are setting up businesses today to import and sell generators. And you tell me that they are out of business in a year or two? Not sure. In 2014, There were 20 live power projects in Nigeria. They've all disappeared. Why? 20. Now, power project is not like buying a bicycle. It takes a lot of courage. And where you find the courage, you have to find some crazy people who are willing to put the money down.
As the event progressed, an informative keynote address was given by Mr. Biodun Ogunleye, the Honorable Commissioner for the Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. He spoke on the sector's previous attempt at privatization, noting that it had not achieved the desired outcomes. He emphasized the Act of 2023, granting each state autonomy over its power systems, advocating for state-level regulation, the development of local power infrastructure, energy sovereignty, and the creation of a competitive energy market to attract investment and drive growth.
For decades, the Nigeria energy narrative has been dominated by a highly centralized model, a monopolistic national grid, a network and distribution system that is not designed to assure revenue, and business processes that makes privately owned companies look like government departments and without the impetus required for growth. This over-centralization left our states powerless in more ways than one, unable to intervene, unable to innovate, ultimately unable to guarantee reliable electricity for our homes, businesses within our states, and critical infrastructures within our geographic boundaries. But today, we stand at the dawn of a new era, a turning point marked by the amendment of the Electricity Act of 2023, which now empowers states to develop, regulate their own electricity market. For the first time in Nigeria's history, states are no longer expected to be bystanders. We are now expected to be active architects of our own state's energy future.
Moving on, an industry presentation was given by Rabbi Jamal, the Group General Manager for JMG Limited.
Electricity obviously is the backbone of any modern society. Okay, and Nigeria does have a transmission and distribution problem, and even generation problem. There's lack of access to electricity. 40% of primary healthcare centers, for example, lack access to electricity, undermining the coverage and the quality of basic healthcare. Okay. There are a lot of challenges facing it. For example, I did my thesis on the challenges of the Nigeria's power sector in 2016. And it's unfortunate that today some of the same challenges still remain.
Following the presentation, an interactive Q&A session took place between the Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye, and attendees. Participants raised questions and shared concerns about the regulations currently impacting and those that have previously affected their operations within the sector.
The first thing we're trying to do is to engage. We're trying to ensure that the changes we anticipate are not disruptive. And where there are disruptions, those disruptions are handled with care so that at the end of the day, all parties win at the end of the cycle. But the most important part of this winning is ensuring that the citizens of Lagos have the best deal from their electricity consumption. We look forward to the days when the states will truly take charge of the development in their various geographic area, and we expect that when that day comes, the various nucleus of development all over the nation will result into a massive global acceleration in capacity available, energy utilization, energy assets across the nation.
An engaging panel session headlined by distinguished thought leaders was a highlight of the conference.
The good thing about renewable energy is that it's scalable. So, and it's really an open-ended question what you just asked, because as the country develops and it becomes more urbanized, there'll be more need for power. and there'll be, as more data centers are being established and developed, more high-rise buildings, there'll be more and more need for power. But saying that, I think by the way solar power is progressing in the country and the amount of solar system being deployed, within a few years, I think we will see a major part of the energy mix being produced by solar. But in terms of full dependency on solar and full cutting off the grid, I think this is an open question, and it really depends on the urbanization rate of Nigeria and the development of Nigeria.
The first roundtable focused on investment opportunities in the power sector and how to boost the electricity market, highlighting the readiness of various states to welcome investors. The discussions also centered on the regulations, policies, and reforms needed to attract both local and foreign investment into the sector.
It's always an issue of capital. To get the meters, the wires requires capital. And for the capital to be attracted into the sector, it requires certain level of incentives and so on to be there. So the first thing to do is to create the right environment, the right incentives, and then you help people without bringing the capital to buy the meters and invest in the wires to make the system or make the sector more viable. So I think that's the first step. I think that what we've had today is a starting point where the discussions, the commissioner was here, and I think everybody gets it. We're having a second wave of investments. The first wave was the acquisition done in 2030 of privatization. The next wave is the follow-up capital, and that follow-up capital has learned the lessons of the previous decade. And how do I make sure that I'm investing my capital, but I know where my capital is going to, and what kind of return I can get from that.
While the second panel session addressed state and federal roles, defining clear boundaries in Nigeria's electricity sector. Discussions centered on the Electricity Act and need for harmonization to ensure effective governance and implementation, and how regulatory frameworks are currently being managed within the states.
What we need to look at next is how are we driving adoption? Like the question I put to the Honorable Commissioner was, when we look at the Lagos electricity policy, where are we in implementation? We need to know timelines in all of that, because there are different aspects of that policy that needs to trigger if we need to achieve a proper electricity for Lagos State. So where are we in the implementation? And also, most importantly, how are we using AI? Because artificial intelligence can help us achieve much more. But where are we on that? How are we leveraging it? He mentioned, we need data first. But I think it's more than that. Because with artificial intelligence, we can do a lot of things like, predicting ahead. There are a lot of intelligence. But is the sector AI ready in Lagos State? So all of those kind of areas, I think, we need to begin to look at. But it was a good event. I like that the commissioner was realistic in his response. It was, he was trying to paint a factual reality and not some friction, which I think is good. I think he understands the pain of where we are, but we need to be able to translate that to see how more people are able to get access to energy, how we're using renewables, solar, and water view, all of those other alternatives. How is it working for us? We need to move more to action. Talking is good, but I think it's action. After this, how are we implementing? Where are we moving from this conversation to the next one for implementing? I think those are the areas I think we need to look at.
Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
We're generating 40 to 45,000 megawatts of power at any instant. If you listen, quietly, you would hear all the generators going on around here. That's not provided by government. Yes. So government's legacy is in the 4,000. So 92% of the electricity we consume in Nigeria, government has no involvement in it. So they've left already. However, their presence on the 4,000, can be an albatross if they continue to want to do things they can't afford, such as want to continue to subsidy. They've not been able to afford it. They can't afford it for good reasons. The The practice that we have now of subsidy is something we started in the 70s when there was 80 to 90 million of us and we had a lot more oil. Now there's 240 million of us, 220 to 240 million. We can't afford it. We can't afford the schools, we can't afford the health, we can't afford the security. So government should not be spending money on things that only government can finance. Whereas, there is capacity around the world that is eager to come into Nigeria to invest in the private sector. And there's a lot of hope. If government can help us to get those things right, let's walk away from the tariff structure we have right now. It is silly, it is not working, it's letting us down. Let's work to tariff structure that is consumption based, where people who, the more you consume, the more you pay. And therefore people who don't have the means, to consume a lot, don't pay a lot. But once you are blessed or you have a business or an industry, you pay more. That number will still be significantly lower than what you're paying today. So that's what government should be helping us with.
One of the panelists had mentioned that the gateway for transformation in the industry, of course, is money, right? That's like something that we all have to go and think about and, basically focus on garnering investment, right? Capital investment. That's on one hand. And then the other thing will be that we're not as confused as we thought that we would be. The commissioner for licensing at NEC had mentioned that the area that seemed to be causing the whole of the brouhaha in the industry would be distribution, right? Every other thing as it relates to the national grid still stays with NEC. And while distribution is what states should really be looking at, rather than causing like an opera. So personally, I'm going to go and look at that second schedule to really find out what I really understand from it, so that we're clear with how we're advising clients.
It was an exciting and very engaging session. We had takes from private sector investors, from financiers, and also from the regulators, NERC and the Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, including the opening speech by the Commissioner of Lagos State, Mr. Abiodun Ogunleye. So my takeaway generally is that the power sector is continually evolving. There are so many things to be done, and the words of the Commissioner of NERC, we shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes. We should strive to push the sector from where it is now to where we want it to be.
Closing the event, Business Day publisher Mr. Frank Ibogun thanked the speakers, sponsors, panelists, and guests for their participation. He urged support for future conferences and encouraged subscriptions to Business Day Television, their premium services, for exclusive energy sector and business content.
Woman is more than a gathering, it's a strategic initiative to accelerate visibility, investment, readiness, and sustainability for women-led businesses in these sectors.
Energy in transition is no longer a distant goal, but a present reality for Africa's industries and the women leading them.
We all know that SMEs play a crucial role in driving green manufacturing. This is thanks to their significant contribution to innovation and their readiness to provide a testbed for global sustainable practices and technologies.
Alethea Capital convened another gathering of its women community, women in manufacturing, agribusiness and nutrition, with a sharp focus on one of today's most urgent global conversations, energy in transition.
Running a manufacturing business in Africa is not for the faint of heart. With over 20 years of experience in this industry, one thing is certain: you cannot run a factory without water and energy. Unfortunately, these are the very challenges we struggle with in our dear nation.
Supported by the British High Commission in Nigeria and Manufacturing Africa, the event drew investors, policymakers, and business leaders, all focused on one urgent question: how do we ensure women are not left behind in Africa's energy transition?
We started it last year as part of International Women's Day,
women in manufacturing, agribusiness, and nutrition. Because in Alithia Capital, our fund's thesis, we invest in access to essential services. So a lot of our portcos are actually women in manufacturing and agribusiness. So we thought, how can we create a community that we bring women in this sector as growth stage SMEs in this sector together, transfer knowledge, connect them where they can learn from each other and talk on different areas that are actually critical to their business's growth. So that's how it started. And this year we decided to look at, with energy transition, we've been very intentional about working with our portfolio companies to transition to either transition.
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
Women is more than a gathering, it's a strategic initiative to accelerate visibility, investment, readiness, and sustainability for women-led businesses in these sectors.
Energy in transition is no longer a distant goal, but a pressing reality for Africa's industries and the women leading them.
We all know that SMEs play a crucial role in driving green manufacturing. This is thanks to their significant contribution to innovation and their readiness to provide a testbed for global sustainable practices and technologies.
Alithia Capital convened another gathering of its women community, women in manufacturing, agribusiness, and nutrition.
All right, welcome back. This is newspaper review segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. My name is Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio, of course, for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
I want you to say that the way you usually say it.
Okay, so Onyeka Valentine.
Okay. And we also have hello, Mr. Joshua Bassi. Good morning.
Right.
It's indeed a raining morning. Yes.
And by the way, with the rain came, a bit of accident around Ikoyi area where a crane fell on moving vehicles. And it's the scene right now. I'm sure press people out there taking pictures and
so sad. I'm sure our guys are actually on ground to cover it also. So let's go straight to the dailies, and we're going to be starting with our sister company, which is the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day this morning reads, "From scarcity to surplus, fixing Nigeria's food crisis." And under that, we have insecurity, climate change push Nigeria closer to food emergency. Right. Valentine sounds like he has a lot to say about this.
I come with cap, but not cap in hand.
Okay.
I will explain what I mean. But when I say cap, I mean to say, look, this is a no-brainer. Mr. Joshua, you might agree with me or not. It's a no-brainer because if you look at it, we're talking about insecurity that might be causing, have food, issues on food
emergency
and affect climate change. How does that even correlate? Let's be honest. So if we're talking about insecurity, which has always been a big issue, it's no longer news, or would we say it's now a natural disaster? No, it's human disaster, right? And so how does that affect climate change? Are you saying that the farmers are not going out to go and farm, and so because of that, the topography of the land doesn't allow flow to flow properly, or what? So I don't see how that flows through. But however, to draw meaning from that, I will say this: most definitely, if we get our acts together, we'll be able to see very clearly that those areas that we consider as food baskets of the nation, we should have more security personnel there than have them attached to politicians unnecessarily. This way, we'll not worry about farmers or whatever it is, clashes, and then worry about the issue of that climate change thing. Because if the farmers are consistent, right, maybe we'll not have issues with, flood washing away the land, washing away some certain areas, and then causing food insecurity. That's just my take.
What's your take, Mr.
Yeah,
Josh?
but basically it's quite clear what the story is talking about. There's been so much insecurity in almost all parts of the state, really.
Yeah.
But if you look at the areas that we consider the food basket of the nation, like the middle
Benue,
belt, Benue in particular,
Kogi,
Taraba, all
yeah.
those areas. That's where we have a lot of food, production, taking place.
Right.
And but because of the high level of insecurity around those areas, farmers can't go to farm anymore. In some places, farmers have to pay the bandits to be able to access their farm. And in some cases, when they go to their farm, when they harvest, they have to give part of what it is they have harvested to the bandit to be able to even take the remaining. So basically, this is expected. I mean, it's a no-brainer actually. This is expected. When farmers cannot access their farm, where they cannot go, do the farm work, definitely nobody wants to die. And so if you go to farm and you are not sure that you will come back alive, why should you go?
Right.
Why should
And
you go?
it actually says here in the
because people
story,
don't go
yeah.
and farm, of course, then we can produce.
It actually says that this is like the worst food crisis Nigeria has experienced.
Yeah, so far, according to the story, this year alone we have lost like 60% of our food production to this issue of insecurity. And of course, there's a part of it, climate change. And of course, you know that with climate change, you can no longer actually predict the way, whether rain, whether sun. And of course, there's also this push, what do you call this one now?
Planting season?
Yeah, it's affecting planting season.
Yeah.
Of course, so and of course, so this is where the case of irrigation also coming anyway.
That's
so all
what I was heading
those
to.
issues, all of those
irrigation.
I think, like Valentine said, government should pay closer attention to areas that we consider the food basket of the nation, because we must be able to feed ourselves as a nation.
Okay.
If we can't feed ourselves as a nation, then
we've lost it.
Really.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at
all the food that we eat.
All right, let's take a look at another story on the Business Day. It says Dangote's full transition to local crude seen saving FX, and the writer there said incentivizing upstream investments.
Take it again.
Dangote's full transition to local crude seen saving FX.
No, basically what the story is talking about.
The answer is already in that caption.
That's
what I said, take it again.
Okay.
So Dangote is hoping to, before the end of this 2025, going forward, that hopefully that he will be able to get his crude supply to his 650,000 barrel per day refinery locally. Currently does a lot of importation of crude to be able to refine, and so if it will save a lot of forest really if we doesn't have to import crude to be able to refine, and that will also I think that's a very positive one for us as a nation and as a people, as consumers of the petroleum product, because if we have to source crude locally to refine, especially by Dangote, it means that there will be some level of reduction, I hope so, in the price of how we buy these things at the filling station, because the cost of a fleet will be taken out.
Will be lesser. Lesser. That's what I said when I said take it again. You could see that. Look, what's going on right now in the Middle East? Believe it or not. Remember, Dangote imports crude oil also, which again brings me to the question: why import crude oil when we already have here?
Yeah.
So he's being sabotaged, and he knows that for his refinery to work and work in an optimized way, he will need to follow through. Now, importing crude oil in a global market that's already shaking. Don't forget, we just came out of Iran and Israel, which the peace talk and peace agreement is still on shaky grounds.
Yeah.
So that affects his ability to get crude oil on a quantum basis. So if you look at it, it will spill over to the fact that, the transition of local crude scene obviously will affect most definitely.
Yeah.
Because now,
saving forests, basically.
Most definitely. So now if you look at it, the local, put it this way now, the local transcend for him to get oil from is already being stifled.
Yeah, but the point actually.
So he's going to
also
spend
is
more
that
money.
locally. We are not even producing because there've been this deal that the NNPC has been this practice of
selling directly
to him
in advance, collecting money, loan actually taking loan and using crude as
collateral,
something like barter. So we take the loan and then we use crude. So at the end of the day, what we produce locally, I'm talking about crude now, it's not even enough for us to be able to feed our own local refineries because we have to actually give them to those that we borrow the loan from. And so to a very large extent, that affect the quantity that's left that can then be given to local refiners like Dangote and even the rest of them. For a very long time, we recorded there was this Naira for crude deal, but NNPC, which was actually again renewed. But the point is that we don't even have enough crude to supply local refineries. I
would want to beg to differ.
No,
we actually have enough crude. The problem we have is in the Niger Delta, the interest there is so much that 80% of our crude oil, put this way, let's be realistic, 60% of our crude oil that is being extracted from the land is lost due to a lot of illegal bunkering going on.
Vandalization.
That's going on. It affects
also.
The volume that we are able to. But the point still remains. The point remains that there's this swap deal that NNPC, is that practice. That ensures that what they get is in advance.
Okay. All right. Because we don't have so much time, let's just take the last story on the business day.
Right.
It said FAC windfall slows state borrowing spree. FAAC windfall slows state borrowing spree. Now the question is, will Nigeria borrowing system ever slow down?
There's a story we took. There's a story he took. We spoke about. Was it last week or this week? I think so. Or during newspaper review, talking about FAC and how well are they actually pulling through when it comes to funds. Look, this allocation of funds, right, to states using our natural resources. If you ask me, again, it might not work, but if it will work, you realize that most states that are not bringing revenue will begin to tap down into their local content and begin to be more productive. Because we're spending so much money giving some certain states that I will cause more burden to us. There's some certain states there in the north. I don't want to call their names, they know themselves. The ones who are actually harboring these bandits. They're not producing anything to the country.
No, it's not only staying in the north, they are also staying in the south.
In the south,
practically not.
And so,
even including oil-producing states, they are not even able to even manage what.
How many states in Nigeria?
But the state like River State,
okay.
I mean, they are like one of the predominant, oil-producing states. I think they're not doing badly. I'm not from River State, so I'm not making a case for them.
Okay.
Right, but they're not doing badly. But when you look at a state like, what I say, I don't want to say. Okay, let's just say a state like Kano, for instance, right? Look at it closely. We used to know them back in the days as a trade route, state, but only recently we heard there's some minerals that are in Kano. So the big question is this: can we begin to say those minerals now begin to add money and fundings and add more value to the country? Let us spread this wealth evenly and not rely on a particular area to bring crude oil, and then FAC comes, okay, let us spread the money and give to different states.
Right.
Okay.
It might sound like a no-brainer.
Do you agree?
It's okay, that will be fine.
That will be fine.
But the story basically is actually talking about the fact that because since the removal of fuel subsidy, we've seen increased revenue allocation to state.
And so money being used properly.
But that's another.
Is money being used properly? It runs to trillions of naira.
Yeah. So but maybe because of the larger amount of money the states are receiving, maybe they are seeing less need for them to borrow.
Okay.
I think that's
all right. So let me just hold it there. Then we now move to the Punch newspaper, and the big story on the Punch says Mark cautions Atiku Obi as federal government slams coalition chiefs.
Here we go again.
I'll take that again. Mark cautions Atiku. Obi as federal government slams coalition chiefs.
Okay, so,
Very interesting.
Yeah, in 2023,
Mm-hmm.
2023 election, you recall that Obi. Let's start from 2029. Election.
Okay.
Obi was vice presidential candidate to Atiku in 2019.
Yeah.
2019 election, and then they made a good showing actually. In 2023, the splits. Obi went to the Labour Party.
Mm-hmm.
Atiku were, of course, PDP, and each of them, Obi scored about 6.1 million votes in 2023. Atiku scored about 6.9 million votes, and if you put that together, that was like 12 point something million votes. Whereas Tinubu, who actually won that election, scored 8 million plus. You understand? So if you put the vote of Obi and Atiku together, you know that, of course, they could clearly, if they were together like they were in 2019, obviously they could have beaten the sitting president in 2023. And so what David Mark is actually saying, in the light of the coalition that they're trying to form now under ADC, so David Mark, who is part of that coalition, is actually telling, look, this time around, if you have to learn lesson from what happened in 2023, and so if you want to go solo, you might run into the same crisis, the same problem that you had in 2023. So you're actually telling them to begin to, because Obi has, of course,
declared
to the world that he's not going to be vice president to anybody. And of course, then there's people believe that whatever it is, that Atiku will still want to contest. You understand?
Yeah.
So David Mark, who is part of them in this coalition, is simply just telling them, look, if you want to make any good showing, if you truly want to wrestle power from the sitting president, who is a dynamic politician, you don't have to go solo the way you went in 2023. So close rank. Maybe it's time to make that sacrifice of doing away with your presidential ambition. It's either it is Obi
or it is Atiku.
So if you go different ways, of course, just make sure that.
Vice, let me ask you: do you see that happening?
So I mean, I want to
in 5 minutes.
In 1 minute, in fact.
Okay.
I want to toe his line.
Yeah.
Right. Look, if Atiku stands alone, he's definitely going to fail woefully.
Okay.
If Obi stands alone, look, we might end up seeing a reenactment of what happened. Maybe they will steal his mandate, or probably whatever it is like they allegedly said it happened. But the question is this: if we have this coalition, according to David Mark, if they have, we're not politicians, so let's not be facts. If they have that coalition, which they come together, ADC, the big question is this: will they be able to pull the minds of Nigerians towards their angle so that something can come out of it and it can unseat the ruling party? That's a big question. But there's something else we're not seeing here. Atiku is a man of ego. Forget about it. Will he stand down and allow them to shine? I don't think so. He still has some fight in him.
All right, we'll get to know.
That's why there's no discussion.
Right. Now let's move to the vanguard.
You have to,
All right, let's move. But there's nothing wrong in being ambitious. I wouldn't fault Atiku for it. There's nothing wrong in it.
This is what they say. They say, look, trust but verify. Be ambitious and be sensible.
Well, I've been vice president.
He's a serial contender, but he has never won. Really. So if you then realize that,
okay, it's time for me to step down.
Why not just
and
back someone you think
exactly? And this is that Nigerians do. If I cannot be allowed to go through the door,
no one would go through the door.
That's so
let's now move to the Vanguard. The Vanguard, the front page of the Vanguard. The big story says federal government battles IMF over report on inflation, poverty. And the writer to the story says worries that such statements can turn the people against the government, and notes body adversary messages often in conflict with its lending stance. Do you see anything wrong in what the IMF actually said in their report? Are we not battling inflation and poverty?
In 20 seconds, look, simple as this. I would say, the day Nigeria wakes up and get off the strong and strangling hold of IMF, the day Africa will be better. I don't think we got it.
I know.
The day
Say that
Nigeria
again.
wakes up and decide to get off the stranglehold of IMF, the day Africa will be better. Leave that.
Okay, Mr. Josh.
But for me, yeah, I think I also share the sentiment that we should not always,
lean to
allow
IMF.
the IMF to dictate to us, because what we've seen so far in Africa is that IMF and World Bank, tend to detect.
They are in cahoots. They know what they're doing.
This, go do this one and do this one and all of that. Oh yeah, increase devalue your currency.
That's what happens.
So, but I think this time around, I'm surprised that the FG is reacting this way. They've been following IMF all along. So why
are they worried about what it will do to the people?
Because IMF is telling them the truth.
Yeah.
Coming out to
there's something I'm not saying. Nigeria now is not dancing within the framework and the rhythm of BRICS.
Yeah.
Meaning to say that, in case you're not aware, Donald Trump has now said, look, all nations that are attached with BRICS will receive a 10% tariff slam. And that obviously will have IMF even speak even louder.
Yeah.
But the point actually I was trying to make actually, Debbie, is that I have read that report and I don't see anything IMF has said in that report that is not happening right now.
They are in the gray area.
Yeah, there's not. We're talking of inflation. They're talking of poverty, high level of poverty among the citizens. They're talking about the fact that citizens cannot feed, high cost of food. All of that is what the IMF has said. So what's the
this is the trick.
The federal government is making.
This is the trick. The trick is create what we call stifle. Right, in the economy, present it to the people and tell them, because we are a world body, if you don't go and dance within our ambience, the tendency that you're going to face problems. This way, we have no choice but to come back and borrow again from them.
They know we have no choice, actually.
Really. They've actually, if you read that report, they've actually commended some of the reforms. And that's saying that, that's saying that the benefits of these reforms are too slow in coming, and that the people are dying of poverty.
Okay.
The
Now,
people
speaking about poverty,
So
let
that's
me
what they've
hold your thoughts there. Let's look at the cartoon of today.
Okay.
Very interesting. Whenever you all sit here and analyze the cartoon of the day, I'm always in awe.
So this cartoon,
we have a very thick woman. I like to call them thick woman, representing the state government, and she has a feeding bottle to her mouth that represents the federal government allocation, and to her back is a very lean baby that stands as the local government. So we can see the state government is feeding off the federal allocation, and the local government has nothing.
Believe it or not, it is self-explanatory, but there's something we're not seeing.
Okay.
Undertone, right? If I'm going to add an extra character to that, I will now say the chair that the federal allocation is sipping into the state government that is sitting on the chair and backing the local government. I will now write the masses on that chair. What does that mean? In other words, the masses
They're sitting on us.
God bless you.
Comfortably.
But you see, this study again speaks. You see, there was a Supreme Court judgment that said, look, let federal allocation to local government go directly to the local government and no longer pass.
Well, I must say,
Debbie, unfortunately, that judgment up till now has not been implemented.
That's the problem we have.
Supreme Court judgment, as we speak,
has not been implemented.
Slow judgment is what keeps us where we are.
I know of a local government chairman in my state who was a commissioner in the cabinet of state. It was a commissioner, in the state cabinet. And then because of this federal allocation that was coming to the local government,
development has happened.
He resigned as a commissioner
and became a local government.
As a local government. And he won. He's a local government chairman now.
To enjoy.
He was hoping that this federal allocation
would get to him.
Because of course there was a pronouncement by the Supreme Court. But the question is, how come almost 8 months after that? It was last year, right? It was last year. How come up to now that judgment has not been implemented? That's the question that we should ask.
Okay, that's the question. But shout out to you, Asukwo. This is really, I don't know how you get to do it. Like we always say, you are a creative, a very creative mind. We need to sit in your mind for a day and see how you do it. Anyways, thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes. It was really good to sit with you to analyze the dailies this morning.
It's all good for a living.
I know, right? All right, this is all we can take for today. We're not done. Up next is Business Morning. Keep watching BDTV.
On the 25th of June 2025, Women in Successful Careers, Whisker, launched its Women in Law Mentorship Program, WIL MP, at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce Industry, Commerce House, Victoria Island, Lagos. The inaugural ceremony, which was centered on advancing women's leadership in the law, had eminent members of Lagos State Judiciary, acclaimed legal experts, executives of Whisker, mentors and mentees present. The founder and chairperson of Whisker, Amina Oyagbola, was on hand to open the ceremony with a welcome address that emphasized the importance of mentorship in legal sector and the gaps that the Women in Law Mentorship Program, WIL MP, will mitigate. As the event progressed, a goodwill message from the Commissioner of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Lagos State, Cecilia Bolaji Dada, was delivered by Amina Oyagbola on her behalf. This was followed by a keynote address from the Chairperson Board of Trustees of Gori Institute, Ayo Ogunshola Obe, who reflected on the importance of mentorship.
Perhaps my career underscores why this mentoring program can make a real difference to women in law. Of course, I had a mentor. Indeed, at the time when I was called to the bar, that's 1978 by the way, the concept of mentoring was more or less factored into the legal profession because new wigs, as they were called, were not permitted to establish their own firms or to go into practice by themselves until they were 5 years post-court. The idea was that they would learn from their seniors and then go ye and do likewise.
The Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Ayodele Ashenua, followed with an address highlighting that structured mentoring is a strategic tool that will cover the gaps in legal academia and leadership. A needs assessment report was presented by Habiba Balogun, founder and director, Habiba Balogun Consulting, represented by Oyindamola Bamboshe, human resource consultant at Habiba Balogun Consulting.
I would like to start by extending our profound gratitude to Whisker and FIDA Nigeria, our research partners on this project. We would also like to extend our gratitude to Gates Foundation for their incredible support in making this possible.
This report also uncovered the persistent imbalance of key legal leadership roles and how the Women in Law Mentorship Program will dismantle the issues and build a bridge for women who are ready to rise. The needs assessment report was also launched at the event immediately after the presentation. The ceremony also featured an informative session with sophisticated speakers whose discussion focused on advancing women's leadership in law.
Before 2001 in Lagos State, you could count the number of female judges on the tip of your fingers. There were few. In fact, from 1967 to when Lagos State was created to 2001, there had been only one female chief judge, and that's Honorable Justice Roselyn Omotosho. And she was just chief judge for a period of about 10 months before she retired, and most unfortunately, she died soon after retirement. And something significant happened in that 2001. First of all, the sheer numbers that was appointed in one fell shape. It's never happened before, and it still has not happened till date. 25 of us were appointed. So I was privileged to have been appointed in that year, 2001.
The induction of the mentees into the mentorship program also took place at the ceremony, with mentees sharing their reflections and aspirations.
I applied for it because I knew that it was going to give me one-on-one access to women who are in the spaces that I aspire to be, who are in the rooms that I aspire to be, and who are doing things that I see myself and aspire to be.
Some of the speakers and organizers also shared their thoughts and expectations about the mentorship program.
Whisker is all about gender equality, about women empowerment, and the law is very important. You know, gender justice, human rights, the rule of law is very important in any society. And also we looked at the data and found that, you know, women are so far behind in many areas of the law. Overall, in terms of gender equality, we're not where we need to be. But when you look at the women in the law, look at the statistics at the National Assembly, we're at 4%. If you look at the statistics in terms of number of senior advocates of Nigeria, again, we're at 4%. And it goes on and on. When you look at the number of women at the Supreme Court, we're at 14%. If you look at the number of women in the Court of Appeal, the statistics are a little bit better, but we're not where we would like to be. In terms of at the lower rungs of the ladder, the magistracy and the high courts, in certain states, particularly Lagos State, we seem to have made some progress and some traction due to the intervention and the leadership of certain individuals, at a certain point in time. But we haven't seen that replicated across all the other 36 states, and we would like to see that happen.
Mentoring in Nigeria is mostly informal, but at Whisker we take it a notch higher. We make it structured, and we put in a lot of work to do that, because we have to get mentors, to agree to sign up, because they are really the heart and soul in terms of giving back. Because if there are no mentors, there will be no mentoring. So it's really nerve-wracking, but also very, very crucial was the fact that we had to rigorously select the mentees that will sign up, because it's not just that when people apply, they have to sign up. We have to be sure they have what it takes. They're willing to devote the time. They're willing to go through the rigor of the program, which is really, really going to be rigorous over a 6-month period. They want to dedicate the hours it takes to do that. And they have the span of experience that we're looking for to be able to transition to make the kind of impact we want to make. When we say we want to have 35%, at these various levels of leadership, the judiciary, legislature, and all of that, it's not just because we like to roll out numbers. So we have to do the hard work and find the women who will be able to bring that kind of representation to the table.
This has been a wonderful event, and I'm glad that I came and I spent quality time here. We have been on this journey for a very, very long time, and I think that Whisker is doing incredible work in women empowerment, and I'm very impressed with their Women in Law mentoring program. That's very, very good, and it's on the right track. The mentees, I saw their pictures, their names, and their affiliations. They're all very young. They're just starting on their careers. And so they would need an experienced big sister, quote and unquote, to guide them on their own professional journey as well. So I expect that the mentees would grab this opportunity of the mentoring program for women in law, will grab it with both hands. It's a unique opportunity, and I'm sure it's going to be a very good partnership between the mentee and the mentor.
The main thing that I've seen from the program is that there is a focus. Many of us, like people, we meander through life. If an opportunity comes, we may or may not take it. But with this sort of program, first of all, the mentees themselves will develop a confidence, an awareness, an ability to make decisions for themselves, but also to be able to take advice, to get support, and learn from the experience of others. Then the expectation is, as the learned silk Boma Alabi explained, that when they are beneficiaries of mentorship, that they too will also be able to bring others up with them.
FIDA is an international organization known for its championing of women and children's causes. So we are here today to discuss about women in particular, to discuss the way forward on how to get women to be more involved in leadership, because who best represents the ideas or the philosophy of one, if not someone who is in that particular situation or within that particular context. So there's what we call descriptive representation. Descriptive representation simply means that someone who is within a particular sector or within a particular marginalized group, someone who represents that is a better representative than someone who is not that. So we are here clamoring and canvassing for women's involvement in leadership. The leadership starts from home, yes, from the home front to the boardrooms, to becoming directors, to becoming financially included in the things that matters, not just to them, but the society at large. Remember, statistics have it that about 50% of our population in Nigeria are women. And I'll also end with the quote of Michelle Obama, who says that denying women the right to be involved in the matters of the country is like denying half of the population of that particular country. So in essence, women are key members of the society. Women have the initiatives, they drive the home. Why not allow them to also drive the economy?
At the conclusion of the event, Adebayo Oyabola, managing partner, Oyabola Chambers, gave his closing remarks, thanking all attendees and wishing the mentees the best for the future. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng. You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. It's Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. I'm Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us, where we bring you the latest insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape and bringing analytical answers to the questions around the world of business and economy. Today, we're turning our focus to a notable move by CBN to strengthen the Nigeria's banking sector. The Central Bank of Nigeria has lifted the cap on additional Tier 1 capital for banks, a policy shift that will remain in effect until March 31st, 2026. This decision is part of the broader recapitalization agenda announced earlier this year, aimed at shoring up banks' financial buffers ahead of the 2026 compliance deadline. With this development, banks can now raise more capital through instruments like perpetual bonds and preference shares beyond the limits previously imposed. But what does this really mean for the sector, for investors, and for the economy at large? And joining us this morning is Mokhtar Mohammed. He's the CEO of Finance with Mokhtar Investment Banker and Financial Analyst. So glad to have you join us this morning on Business Morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Thank you for having me, Deborah.
You're welcome. All right, let's just go straight into it. To begin, can you break down what additional Tier 1 capital is and why the CBN had a cap on it in the first place?
Well, I say thank you again for having me in your program. Additional Tier 1 capital is just a source of debt instrument that normally banks use. It's a debt instrument. That's why they call it additional Tier 1 capital. It's a debt instrument, like I said, for mostly for capital, for regulatory capital adequacy ratio, and also help banks in terms of financial losses. It's not so much different from the forbearance that they normally have. But this time, the difference between it is that the CBN won't be providing that for them. They have to go and get a debt instrument, either talk to investors or talk to people that they feel that are capable, or come up with some instrument in terms of either bonds or a type of debt instrument, rather than depending solely on the CBN. And so that's also the difference between what we have now and the forbearance that they usually enjoy before. But all are geared towards making sure that banks maintain a good capital adequacy ratio that will guide against financial losses. But sometimes this debt instrument, either through equity or through debt instrument, are sometimes kept perpetually. But in this case, the CBN is capping it for just 1 year. And you and I know why they're doing that, because again, there's still also the issue of recapitalization of the bank. But I think it's just a short-term measure to help bank have a soft landing, as far as I'm concerned, in the area of capital adequacy ratio. Because again, when you stop those forbearance, that means bank will have to pay off a lot of these forbearance data. So that could affect some of the bank's capital adequacy ratio. But if you look at the result from some of these banks, and you look at the capital adequacy ratio of the CBN, especially the Tier 1 bank, seems to have more in terms of capital adequacy ratio.
All right, so what does lifting this cap mean practically for Nigerian banks? How does it support their recapitalization efforts?
Well, in terms of recapitalization, the CBN made it clear that it will not have impact on the recapitalization. The recapitalization will still stand. But again, like I said, it's just a short-term measure to boost their capital adequacy ratio. And the CBN did not only do that, they also have a suspended provision for non-performing loans also. So all these are again a short-term move to make the bank, I think for me, to make the bank attractive for investors, especially in the area of recapitalization drive. You know that some of these banks also are beginning to go out there to look for investors. And if you look at that sheet, just about 4 banks have really been able to meet the recapitalization drive. And so the other banks are still lacking behind. The only significant to the recapitalization drive, it could be a way of bringing in more investors. There could be a way of investors now coming in, either as preferential investors or turning what we will have now as the Tier 1 capital into equity. So that could only be the way that it will help banks in their recapitalization drive.
All right. So, how are the banks likely to respond to this move? And are we expecting a wave of issuance of instruments like perpetual bonds or hybrid securities?
Debbie, if you look at Nigerian banks, you know they are very proactive. So sometimes it seems like they knew what was coming up. If you follow the trends these days, you see that the banks have started issuing instruments. Sometimes they issue commercial paper. Sometimes they're beginning to issue treasury. They are beginning to come up with one money fund or this or that. So definitely, I think the banks are also preparing. If you look at some of the banks that have not recapitalized, also you realize that some of them are saying, look, we'll be looking for institutional investors, we'll be looking for preferred investors, we'll be looking for private investors using private placements. So they definitely are getting themselves ready for it. But in terms of will they be going through the additional Tier 1 point in getting just perpetually, I think that is been knocked out of it, because the CBN also said that it has just have to be for 1 year, and so definitely, so that knocked it out. I think they are prepared. We might begin to get some from some of those banks that didn't do that before, but we know that some banks are already working on that, and also some banks are also looking at attracting foreign direct investors. That's why you see that some banks are beginning to list in exchange outside of Nigeria also.
All right, now could this move lead to increased investor activity, especially from institutional or offshore players looking for yield?
Of course, definitely. But we don't know what the yields are. Even currently, the yields that we are getting from some of these banks in terms of attracting investors are very competitive and very good rate, because you are looking at some of them giving up to 20 to 23%. If you look at that by investors in Nigeria, that might not be attractive. But when you look at foreign investors, where they are coming from, institutional investors, that's a very attractive return. Knowing that the cost of funding, the cost of lending in those places are not as costly like what you have in Nigeria. So definitely, it's going to attract most of those institutional investors. But again, they also will have to look at the banks, because you're looking at do we come in just as additional Taiwan investors, or are we looking to be prefer investors, or are we looking in the long term to change our Taiwan investment into equity? All these are what they will be looking into to know whether those offers are going to be attractive. But if you look at it where I am and looking at the returns they will be giving, definitely it will attract more foreign investors and also offshore investors. But again, we also have the challenge of the exchange rate, and most investors will be looking at the two-way exchange system. So if that doesn't come in there, this could also lead to a drawback from a lot of investors. And like I said, I think maybe the banks are proactive about it, so they are now looking at means of just having investors listed in those countries and get their share listed in the exchange of those countries, and get those investors participating in it to bring up offshore capital into Nigeria. And that also has a snowball effect in the tensing of balancing the exchange rate. Because if you look at like a bank like GTCO now, that is listed in the London Stock Exchange and is looking for about $103 billion dollars, if that comes into the Nigeria foreign exchange market, that is huge to help balance exchange rate.
Okay, now do you think this will signal the CBN to be open to more flexibility in how banks meet their recapitalization targets? Do you think?
I think no. I don't think the CBN is looking at recapitalization is secretive. I mean, it's a no-brainer. They've said it categorically. It has nothing to do with the recapitalization drive. That recapitalization drive is still going to be ongoing. But in the other way, yes, in that banks said the CBN. When you look at additional tier 1 cap, also that, like I said, that use sometimes as equity, I use also as preferred investors, I use also as private placement. But the CBN is even saying, even with that, they will have to go through it. They have to see it. They have to analyze it, whether it will go through, depending on who are these investors. So definitely, yes, it could help in recapitalization that is going forward. That means if these are converted to equity or preferred investors or private placement, that way. But as it stands now, what the CBN is looking at is not looking at that as a means for recapitalization. They made it clear in their report. I think they are looking at it as a short-term measure to give banks soft landing, like I said, and so that a bank will be able to attract the kind of investors that they want to attract to be able to meet the recapitalization. You see, in Nigeria, our financial systems, our regulators coming with different ways of trying to regulate our financial sector. Because if you look at the banks, you look at their earnings, you look at the results that they have turned in over the years, and looking at their earning per share, there was no need for some of these banks to begin to access the equity market or the private market or whatever the CBN is telling them to do now. But again, the CBN came up that we don't need you to come in with your retail earnings. Some of these banks have retail earnings in trillions. So some of these banks, their retail earnings is even more than the recapitalization price the CBN is. But I think the CBN is trying to make sure that the banks are very strong in terms of liquidity ratio, also to be able to take advantage of highly capitalized projects, especially when they are moving Nigeria to $1 trillion economy. So I think they are just trying to prepare the banks so that they could be a major beneficiary of those economy when it comes on stream, rather than depending solely from foreign banks enjoying some of this good policy that naturally Nigerian banks should enjoy.
Okay. All right, so what should we watch for in the coming months as banks begin to adjust their capital raising strategies?
Well, in the coming months, we have to watch at the banks. Again, exciting times for investors because, again, when you look at this, all the policy of the CBN is not going to affect bank customers. It's more or less an investor-driven policy because, again, investors have to look to the numbers. So in the coming months and coming days, we have to listen from statements from those banks. We start getting those statements anytime soon. Then sometime we will have to hear in terms of the offers that the bank are offering investors to partake of. We also have to begin to look at their half-year audited report. When that comes out, I think that will be the game for changer, because at that half-year audited report, the forbearance would have gone because CBN said it will end it at June 30, 2025. So definitely, then the investors will begin to look at the balance sheet of the bank, and then from there, I think we'll begin to know where a lot of these banks stand in terms of capital adequacy ratio and their recapitalization drive, and also profitability going forward. Will they still be able to pay dividends? Will dividend suspension actually affect some of this? So those are the what investors will be looking forward to in the coming month. But I think the trigger would be that half-year audited report when it comes out.
All right. So finally, Mr. Mohammed, do you think this measure is enough to get all the banks over the finish line ahead of the 2026 deadline?
I think, like I said, it's a very soft measure. It's a soft landing for most of the banks, so they don't have to worry about the capital adequacy ratio any longer. They've been given means to meet up to that till March 2026, where the recapitalization would have been concluded. So they only have to worry about getting investors to invest in their recapitalization of the bank. So for me, it makes it a little bit easy for the banks, and so you are about just handle your capital adequacy ratio if it is low. But like I said, if you look at some of the audited report from some of these banks, their capital adequacy ratio is above the regulator threshold. But was that driven because they were having forbearance policy was helping them get to that level? That is what we hopefully want to see, hope to see when these results are announced, especially the half-year result. But we also shouldn't forget that the cash reserve ratio also is what the CBN is not even talking about. Also, the cash reserve ratio is about still 50%. That's another area that the CBN would have likely tickled on if they really want to. So in all of it, I think at the end of the day, I think a lot of the banks will get through the finish line, especially the tier one banks, and then we'll begin to see more national players also. Like we are beginning to see some banks are now moving from regional to national player, and we are going to see a lot of banks move from the national player to global player, international player. So definitely, I think it's exciting time for investors and exciting time for the banking sector also.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar. Yeah, he's the CEO of Finance with Mokhtar and is an investment banker and financial analyst. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Have a great day.
Of course, we're not done. After this break, we're going to be having our second part of the conversation. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Shika Nigeria sits on 3 pillars: educate, empower, and transform. We hold several programs, from training programs, business roundtables, career roundtables, where we bring in industry experts to sit together and empower the next generation. We also have mentorship, where women, female leaders, even men, I always say that Shikan is not a gender-based organization. We preach that every woman, you can do more, you can be more, irrespective of your background. We're first human before we became women. So it's important that as a woman that you don't seek professional preference just because you're a woman, but because you can do it, because you have a voice, and because you have the innate ability to do more. And then we have our empowerment programs, which spans from our vocational trainings from business clinics, business support to enterprise, and so far we've been able to empower thousands of women across Nigeria in different skill acquisition programs powered by most of our partners in the past. And for the transform pillar, that's where the Shikan conference comes in, and our roundtable sessions as well, where we're coming together under one umbrella to transform lives, bring in industry experts to share their success story, women who have done it from zero to top, from nothing to becoming who they are today. And we have seen lives transformed. So for us, we don't just pick or just name anybody when it comes to our speakers. We carefully select, we carefully do background checks, check your story, know what you have done, how you've been able to empower yourself, empower your community, create a beautiful impact to be able to stand and speak the do more story. So this year, what people will be expecting beyond the very transformational sessions this year, we have 3 panel sessions. The first one will speak more on discovering your life purpose, speaking on that, everything around that. We have experts from different cadres that has to do with wholeness when it comes to a complete lifestyle. So for us at Shikan, we believe that if you have to be a Shikan woman, You have to be a whole woman, you have to be an empowered woman, because our mantra says empowered women empower other women. We'll be having the second panel session that has to do with business and career. So people would be able to learn from that perspective. It's going to be a very intimate time where we can just speak on. And the third panel is where we would speak on everything family, everything wholeness, everything beautiful. You don't want to miss this year's conference. So it's happening July the 18th. And just like other years, it's been very transformational.
To empower women, to inspire women, is something that is very, important for us. And you can see all of the conversations that have happened here today about empowering women. But one thing that is missing in those issues is that when life happens, with all the empowerment, of the program, of the women, of the businesses, we are that backup for the women.
And I believe that this year a lot will happen. Our founder has mentioned all that will happen this year, and I believe that we'll all be blessed. Men, if not only women have been touched, I see men coming more and more every year because of what they gain. Students who never thought of going to school were funded by children.
This program aligns with MTN's mission and MTN's dream around empowering women. So currently we already run so many programs around women's entrepreneurship programs, around women in tech, around yellow women, women coming back to work after taking a career break.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. Right now, let's move on to our second conversation on Business Morning today. At the 2025 BRICS Summit, President Bola Tinubu made a strong case for a re-evaluation of the global governance framework with particular emphasis on reforming financial and healthcare systems to better serve low-income and emerging economies. The president's remarks call attention to the long-standing disparities in global financial access, debt, sustainability, and inclusion within multilateral institutions like the IMF and World Bank. For Nigeria and the African continent, his message signals a renewed push for a fairer global economic order that supports sustainable development. Today, we'll explore the financial and economic implications of these positions both globally and for Nigeria.
And to have this conversation with us, of course, is Mohammed Akanji. He's our in-house analyst. So great to see you and have you again today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you slept well, Mr.
Very well. I mean, it was a rainy night in Lagos.
Yeah. On raining morning too, because it rained this morning.
It rained over
7 days rain.
Perhaps. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, let's go straight into it. Now, let's begin with context. What exactly does Tinubu mean by a re-evaluation of global financial system, and why is it significant at a BRICS summit? Because that's the conversation. Of course. Is that conversation really significant?
Very important. Thank you very much again for having me. The BRICS conference is actually a summit of what can I call them? Maybe second world economies in the world. Including Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And then they also be able to have, I think at the last summit that was actually held in Kazan last year, they expanded the members to have 6 other countries.
Is Nigeria inclusive?
We're a partner country, a partner member, which was actually in January. And that was actually how the president was actually got an invite as, as a partner country, not yet as a full member of the BRIC. But the president, speaking at during that particular summit, especially in the light of the current global economic order, the issues around Trump tariff, the issues around imbalance and unequal access that countries tend to be able to have, call for these strong reevaluation. And now the purpose of that was actually to be able to ensure a more equitable and inclusive global order. which have actually been tilted more towards the so-called G7 countries, the top nations in the world. And that is what informed the creation of BRICS, of course, in 2009. We'll actually be able to see a situation where when it comes to debt instruments, when it comes to global financial institutions, access to loans, when it comes to debt framework and capital flows, they tend to be able to flow more, to the supposedly G7 or the G20 nations as opposed to them. So they came on board around 2009, 2010 to be able to establish such an economic organization, an economic bloc, that would actually be able to allow them to trade amongst themselves, adopt a particular, at the same time, be able to win themselves away from dollar dependency. That's one of the major ideas there. And then they tend to actually be at a disadvantage when it actually comes to trade negotiations, using dollar as the currency, the go-to currency for them to actually be able to trade. So most of the BRIC member nations actually be able to advance for having a kind of intra-member kind of a trade. In fact, last year I think they decided to actually be able to even adopt a unified currency that will actually be used amongst the member nations. So it's just winning themselves away from dollars, winning themselves from US dependency as well. And then the Nigerian president as well making these is just like I said, what has actually been the goal of BRICS right from the outset is to be able to restore equitable and inclusive economic order in the world. And I think that's very important. Now, by reevaluation, the president is actually meaning here is, so maybe there's a need for us to fundamentally, just like I said, reassess the tenets, upon which global financial institutions are actually predicated or they are built on. Now, we are seeing leaders actually calling from, you go to IMF, for example, World Bank, and you're looking at conditionalities, you're looking at loans that are most times unfavorable. And in fact, one of the agreements that they had at the last conference before this one that was actually held in Brazil, in Kazan, was to be able to have their own central bank, called the BRIC bank, where that currency will actually be able to be, and then they can be able to have access to loans at a more friendly rate.
Right. Okay.
All right then. How does Nigeria currently fare within the existing global financial order, and what are some of the specific challenges we face under the current structures like IMF, World Bank, conditionalities?
And I think that's what I actually be able to mention. The reason, if you'll be able to listen to one of the speech of the president around that was the global financial framework is skewed against developing nations, Nigeria inclusive, and because of that time framework, because I would like take us into a memory lane. Now, most of these nations actually be able to call for the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, the conditionalities sometimes, and giving them loans in dollars, at exchange rates that are actually not equivalent. We all know what a dollar is to a naira today, and you get those particular loans. In fact, one of the things that actually be able to balloon our debt after the exchange rate unification was as a result of exchange rate, because now it's not as if this administration actually be able to borrow so much, but if you be able to look at the debt servicing in terms of the current exchange rate framework that we have, it actually be able to make that particular loan to balloon to about 147 trillion that we're actually talking about now. So currently, one of the things most of the nations in the world are actually talking about is that unfair treatment that they actually received. Now, this is actually not helped by the current Trump policies, the tariff that is actually be able to impose. Most of the member nations, in fact, when the current president of BRICS, the Brazilian president, was actually mentioning that some of their member countries have been attacked. Iran, for example, have actually been, and he condemned that. And that at the same time, Trump is actually threatening to be able to impose first 10% tariff on any country that's actually supporting BRICS against the US. At the same time, last year he promised that if they adopt a unified currency, he's going to impose an additional 100% tariff on them. And then, so these are some of the things that's actually be able to embolden institutions like that. And Nigeria as well, even though, like I said, we are not yet a full member as a partner country, is making us be able to have a rethink as to how becoming a member of these, what is actually in it for us in terms of benefit. And the benefit as well, yes, maybe BRICS may not be able to have that standing, as the G7 or as the G20, as IMF, but it is one way for countries to be able to win themselves away from dollars, American dependency, and see what they can actually be able to do in-house.
Yeah.
Something that can at least be able to strengthen multilateralism, which is exactly what it is.
Okay, so
built on.
Tinubu has actually called for greater inclusion. So, what kind of reforms are we talking about now? Are we talking about voting power for developing countries or debt restructuring mechanisms?
Of course, I mean, debt restructuring mechanism, just like you mentioned there, climate financing, maybe debt de-dollarization.
Okay.
You know, that's what they're calling for. Reforms is let us be able to, you know, de-dollarize debt. And then debt renegotiation as well. Climate financing, you know, issue around that. Issue around global financial framework needs to actually be repositioned to ensure that it is more inclusive, just like you mentioned. Because the way it is currently structured, it is actually in favor, you know, of maybe the major economic players in the world at the expense of nations like that. So I think that's one of the things that BRIC, for example, is actually be able to stand for. So to see itself, you know, as that counterweight to the Western-dominated financial institutions, allowing countries as well to be able to have a say when it comes to negotiations. Most of the time, when they actually be able to go to, just like I said, IMF loans, or go to multilateral creditors like Paris Club, London Club, you just be able to go there without be able to. It is not a negotiation ground. It is not. There is this power imbalance where they give you the loan and they give you the conditionalities with it without you having a say in terms of, okay, oh, this is actually what the rate will be. This is what could actually be structured, or this is actually the way it should be negotiated. So most of these member countries that belong to BRIC, you know, 11 of them now, and the 6 partner countries, including Nigeria, tend to be able to have that advantage when they are in BRIC to ensure they can be able to negotiate. You can actually be able to also bring in policies. Let me just domestic. I mean, you bring in policies that will actually be able to favor your own home country as well, as opposed to what is actually be able to exist. You know, when you look at their relationship with IMF, for example, the G7, the G20, the Paris Club, where they actually be able to go to. So I think that is one of the major challenges. And with the new development bank that's actually being announced by the president, which is the BRIC Bank. You know, a bank now that will actually be able to afford loans, you know, to member countries at, you know, instruments to member countries at rates that are actually very favorable. So it is one of the very, very good ways to be able to go to ensure that, you know, countries can actually be able to get access to better loans.
Loans and grants.
Okay,
so for Nigeria specifically, how could greater equity in global financial governance translate into real economic benefits in terms of trade, investment, or even fiscal policy?
Okay, so because I think one, it will bring, by being a member will level to one, ensure fairer access and reduce trade barriers. Some of the trade barriers that have actually been there, you know, right from God knows when. I'm sure you know, to be able to export goods now from Nigeria, there are a whole lot of stringent conditions, especially when actually be able to come from this part of the world. Not only Nigeria anyway, most of the member countries in BRICS. South Africa president, for example, mentioned before they joined BRIC, because initially it was BRIC for them to be able to join, about some of those conditionalities, despite the fact that they're actually one of the best producers of the particular copper in the world. So I feel like fairer access and reduced barriers to trade is one thing that can. There may be investment. You tend to be able to see cross-country investment, cross-continental, I mean cross-regional investment as well. So more capital as well as less conditionality that they are currently exposed to. You know, conditions as to, I'm sure. For conditions, you tend to be able to hear IMF telling you, before to give you these loans, you should need to be able to engage in conditional cash transfer. You must remove subsidy. You must do this. That, in fact, most of people actually be able to find quite anti-poor. You know, especially when you talk about things that you benefit from the government, and they will give conditionalities that sometimes may not be able to trickle down to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So that kind of a thing is maybe something that will not actually be seen there. And then we feel like around fiscal policy, you know, sovereignty and social spending as well could actually be improved, because that is one of the things. This, remember, all these member countries of BRICS account for more than 50% of the world population, and which is where the poverty is. So they understand what is actually happening as opposed to what was actually happening prior to that. So I think it's actually a good way to be able to strengthen investment, to strengthen trade, as well as other important macroeconomic policies.
So speaking about investment, let's take it to the investors that are watching Algeria now. So does this signal a stronger negotiation position, or is simply more global visibility?
I think it's both.
Okay.
Anyway. So I'll talk of global visibility. So our participation in platforms like BRIC, even though sometimes as well we are invited to the G20 as a partner country, not a member country, as I said. It's tend to be able to elevate our status as a more reform-minded country, because of course the goal of all these is just to be able to promote global justice and ensure shared prosperity. So I think it tends to be able to elevate, give us that particular status to do that. And at the same time, it's a stronger type for you to have negotiating power. By the time you are there, that's where decisions are made. So being there, that visibility is there to say, oh, please, this is actually the problem that's actually happening at home. So it gives you that visibility, it gives you that negotiating power, ability to be able to contribute to it as well. That if you decided not to be, they said you are not there and you're asking how it is shared. But because you are there, we tend to be able to have maybe more negotiating power as well. In terms of investors, I think it will be able to do that as well. It's on the opposite, in terms of valuations of our credit ratings, and I think that's what actually be able to do that. It tends to be able to give us an upside on valuation. To say that Nigeria is actually a stable country to invest in. You can, participating in summits, in meetings like that, tend to be able to put your valuations up to ensure that you are more open. We see element of transparency in what you do, and then we tend to be able to understand what of the challenge that you have. They create a level of policy clarity as well to investors. So this is Nigerian government, for example, Tinubu making those particular statements there, and then advocating the need for health, global health issues, climate finance, and other things. It's trying to be able to let investors understand what is the policy direction of this government. So I think, and then maybe sectoral promise as well. You see the government mentioning there about what actually be mentioned in the area of energy, the area of power, agri, and things like that, and how it can actually be able to open a lot of gateway for investors to come in. So I think it's really, really both for global positioning as well as investors' confidence can actually be boosted.
Right. So Mr. Mohammed, I'm going to ask you like a 2-in-1 question for us to wrap up. Yes, the first one is: do you think Nigeria joining BRICS is going to, be of advantage? Now, the second question is, from a macroeconomic perspective, how might a more inclusive global financial structure, how can this global structure help economies like Nigeria navigate future crises, whether related to debt, climate, or even health?
So, this tripod challenge, this tripod of crisis, and what is actually bogging down the world economy. Area like debt, debt accumulation, climate issues, and health as well. So just like I said, I think becoming a member of BRIC is still may not be as strong, as maybe the G7 of this world or the G20. Of course, that would participate in the G20. But you've seen a unified front towards creating a more a bipolar economic order. Instead of the world economic resources being domesticated or being concentrated maybe in the hands of the top nations of the world, we are seeing countries coming out and trying to be able to put things in place to ensure that we needed to also be able to have a say. And so by joining such united front, as I said, it gives you more negotiating power. It gives you, negotiating power in global economic order, how things would actually, because the president was actually mentioning there, Nigeria, for example, or most of these less developed countries contribute very, very minimally to climate issues. But they are the one paying the larger chunk of the effect, the effect of that. So if they have, and that's why most of these countries were actually able to make those climate policies and things like that, we'd actually be able to do it from the position of, we are not the one, we are not actually the main polluter of the environment. We're not the main polluter of the global economic order, but it is this nation. So by being there, I think it allows you to be able to have that. It allows you to be able to negotiate your debt as well. Countries are now calling for dollarization. We all know dollarization effect, what it has done. Nigeria is a case in point. So that's another thing that countries are calling for. And then maybe health issues as well, to ensure that COVID impact, for example, and then some of the other health challenges. We all know that where the casualty is more on is actually on the developing nations. And so I feel like a more inclusive global order will help on both the financial, social, as well as the economic angle.
Wow, Mr. Mohammed, it's always very unveiling, very, very, good having you on board. It was such an amazing conversation.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning this morning. Really interesting conversation here this morning. But we're not done, because up next is Big Story. My name, of course, is Deborah Eze.
And I am Destiny Mama. Keep watching BDTV.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen a growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically. Where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing it. And every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic
or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built, the foundation is being set, the institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on, and the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of the extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why you need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is, how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work, for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy, and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital. So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access to capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean, Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we are showing an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up. And as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it will affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because they're very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out, how do we get local capital in? It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted, it is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions, to meet these climate problems that are coming?
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back, and you're tuned to the Big Story segment on BDTV,
breakfast show this morning. My name is Rebecca Valentine. Today's discussion will be quite interesting and quite key, but let me give you some insight into it first and foremost. In case you missed it, I'm Monica Valentine. Today, we examined recently what's kicking in the story, and JAMB is on the front burner. With JAMB cutoff mark and what it means for Nigeria's education sector, the decision on today's particular topic will give you more, insight into it. But let's break it down. Now, JAMB and Nigerian universities, obviously, in line with Vice Chancellor, set a general cutoff mark for admission at 150, as sparked in many ways mixed directions and mixed reactions across the country. And so the question is, what will come out of it? While some see it as a progressive step towards widening access to higher education, others argue to say, for what it's worth, it's a challenge. Could this waken a bit of issues back and forth? We'll find out. But as they argue, let us bring it to the studio and talk about it. Which is why today I'm joined by one wonderful guest who understands what it is to educate people. She's not only an educator, she is a key analyst when it comes to talking about issues that has to do with learning. In many ways, she has earned her stripes, and today we'll be putting that to the test. Help me welcome my guest, Dr. Jessica. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much.
I must
Thank you
say,
for having me.
yes, I must say you are someone who keeps to time, and I appreciate that. Most definitely. Let's jump into this matter.
Okay.
We know the issue of JAMB has been in the news back and forth, and a lot of people have been asking a lot of questions. But the major thing is, why the inconsistency? That's one, right? And where is it taking us to? Okay, all that we'll be looking into to find out exactly what it is that we can get out of it. But before we do that, right, let us ask the very one that's quite important to our public, which is this. What do you think could have informed JAMB, the Vice Chancellors, okay, agreeing to 150 as a general cutoff mark? Now you know, back at home. Dr. Jessica.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, viewers. First and foremost, I think not long ago, there was this outcry about the general results, JAMB results, which was horrible.
Right.
In fact, to say the least, it was horrible. And from investigations and everything, we brought everything down to systemic failure, right? So I think I'm not speaking for the vice chancellors and all of them that were in that meeting, but I think it was a way of compensating the students,
right,
who, not because they were not intelligent, but they failed due to systemic failure.
Right.
So I think that bringing down the cutoff mark to 150 somehow is because of them. To create this level playing ground for all students that were affected by that examination. Don't forget that even though there was a receipt, so many students still could not receipt the exam. The ones that were able to receipt, we saw some of them that scored maybe 140, 150 before, now scoring 350, 360, 370 as the case may be.
Who's responsible for that?
Yes, because generally it was agreed that there was a serious systemic glitch. There was a technical issue that affected states. If I was talking to some students and they said even before you got halfway into the exam,
right,
the systems shut them down and locked them out. And there was no way the exam would not be repeated. Nobody will say, okay, because the test shuts you out, we're going to give you 30 minutes and all that. So they had to finish at the regulated time. So this affected a lot of students. With the outcry and all that, JAMB, agreed to have a receipt for these students, but not all of them were able to receipt the exam. So I just think it was just a way of compensating those students. And I pray it's not sustained.
Okay.
Because if we sustain it, we are killing the whole system, and that's the truth.
Now, talking about killing the system, we pray the system doesn't go down 6 feet. But then again, do you think that with this new cut-off mark arranged by the vice chancellors, agreed by the vice chancellors, do you see it as a no-brainer? If so, right, why? If not, why?
You see, university education in Nigeria, if you go through the National Policy on Education, the first objective of tertiary education, not just university, tertiary, that's universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, the first objective is to bring development to the country through high-level manpower training.
Right.
So, if you are lowering the standard, where are we going to get this high-level manpower from? And like I used to tell people, university education is not for everybody, and that is the truth. Yes, that's the truth.
Doesn't that relegate some people to the background?
It doesn't. See, we have our different capacities.
Okay.
If we say, okay, tertiary education is for training, high-level manpower, then let's keep it at that. I remember when I was in secondary school, we did 5 years, when you get to 300, your year 3, we have this exam, just like the normal GS3 exams now. If you fail, you are given a certificate. That certificate takes you to technical colleges and all that.
To learn some
skills. To learn some skills.
Right.
And we should not deviate from such. And that is why when you see countries that are growing, it's because they know where to put everybody. If you are very, very intelligent, if you are very, very, cerebral, there's a pathway for you.
Right.
If you are not, there should be another pathway for you. It doesn't mean you are being relegated, no. And that is the problem we are having in the system and in the country. Because we relegated those people who are meant not to go to universities, but to go to all these polytechnics and all these technical schools. We've relegated them. You can imagine how many years it took us for NYSC to start accepting HND holders.
Right.
Meanwhile, these are the same people that they spent the same 4 years other people spent studying accounting or studying business administration in the universities. So if you keep this dichotomy, then we are going to keep having the issues.
Speaking about issues, do you think that, like rightly said, was this design, this 150 cutoff mark, do you think it was designed to, because you mentioned some form of, will I say compensation, but I might beg to differ, but I'm agreeing with you on this. But I'm saying, wouldn't this quote and unquote dumb down the ability for us to get those who we know can represent the country abroad, those who we know, okay, these are the people who, if we put forward, they can give us the right man to bear the torch as torch bearers. But again, will it also help, on the other hand, on the flip side, will it also help those who might not be able, due to maybe financial problems or whatever it is, meet that mark? Because some people tell you, oh, they couldn't get to, study on time or do this because they had to go help their family members to go sell or whatever it is. Don't you think that 150 also will help those who are not as privileged? What do you think?
There is always two sides to every issue. This particular 150, like I said before, I am giving that excuse for them. Sort of, that was why I said maybe it was a way of compensating them.
Right.
And I've always advocated that this CBT exam is not, it should not be a total package for JAMB exams. And that is the truth.
That's the CBT.
See, CBT has its own pros and the cons. We are living in a country where power 24 hours is not guaranteed. We are living in a country where even you in the town, at times you pick your phone, your internet might be down.
That's my point.
And you are not able to do anything online and all that.
Data.
You might not have the money to buy the data. We have students that are in the rural areas. We have students in the urban areas. You cannot bring a child from my village, for example, from my village secondary school, to come sit with another child from maybe one of these big schools in Lagos,
right,
to do the same CBT exams. This one in Lagos must have been seeing a computer, playing with it, even in his house, he's used to it and everything. The child from the village might be seeing a computer for the very first time. Even to how to put it on, how to log in and all that might be a problem. So those are the issues, you know. So I've always advocated for, you know, we having a balance. We can do CBT for these children in the urban centers and let those ones in the rural areas continue with their paper-based tests until we are able to sort things out with them.
Right.
Nothing stops our education, you know, ministry, the government, going to these rural areas and making sure that they are included in our plans for education. No child should be left behind. And that should be the mindset of every serious government. No child should be left behind, irrespective of where they are staying, irrespective of where their school is located. Nobody should be left behind. So as you are planning for these children in the urban areas, also plan for those in the rural areas. It is unfair to bring a child from the rural area to come write exams in the urban area. Some of them might not have that money to even stay in a good hotel, you know, to sleep, to have a good sleep in the night for them to even be able to perform well in the exams. And that is why we said exams most time is not a true judge of a child's intellectual capacity.
Right.
So if you now bring these children from this different background in to write the same type of exams, there's bound to be problem. So that's why everybody, even educators, we encourage, let's fix our systemic failures first. Let's fix these issues first. Do what you're supposed to do for those students. I've seen students in the rural areas that they sit inside classrooms and, you know, rain is falling
the
and
sink doesn't hold
wetting
water.
them. The same child will come now and write CBT with a child that's slept inside AC and woke up eating bacon, eating everything.
Full privilege.
No. Some they come to these CBT centers. I saw there was a CBT center I saw some times ago. Students were lying down on the field. They with their parents. They slept like that till the morning. Some were bathing behind the CBT center in the open.
Not to miss the exam.
Exactly, not to miss the exam. But some children are there. The drivers will bring them in the morning, you know, looking posh and everything. And now they're writing the same exams. So the system is not fair. That is the truth. So that is why I said, okay, maybe to accommodate those children, this cutoff was lowered, maybe. But to me, it should not be sustained. It shouldn't be sustained.
Okay.
When I was reading through JAMB, their position and everything, I noted they said for this 2025-26 academic session.
In other words, it will be a short-lived
Exactly.
thing.
So, and that is what I expected. That because of the technical glitches and all that we had and all the issues surrounding this last JAMB, the cutoff, we could say, okay, let's lower it so that every child can have the level playing ground. And don't forget, the universities themselves, they have their own post-UTME screening.
Right.
So a child has scored 150, going to sit the same post-UTME exam with a child maybe that has scored 300 and 370. You can imagine, you should at least envisage what their score will be. Because these universities, I know some of them, they will never go below 200. They won't.
And that cutoff mark it will remain there for them.
It will be there for them. Just that, you know, the institutions are also, they have the same, they have the formula that they use, you know, to determine their own cutoff. So you that has 150, you're already at a disadvantage because they will take a certain percentage of that, your 150, add it to the percentage in your post-UTME exam, and maybe some other percentages, and they determine their own cutoff. So if you score 150 or something below, you're already screened out. That is the truth.
Talking about being screened out, I mean, we saw there that vice chancellors came together and agreed that let us see if 150 can work. Now they have a post-UMTE, right? That's what it's called. So do you think they could have considered that? So, listen, when they are done with JAM and they go through our cutoff mark, they still have another pending examination to write. Do you think that they too might want to bring down their own standards to fit into, the one that is set already for JAM? Or is it like more or less like a snare, a trap? Because if you look at it, because you just mentioned something very important, which is we shouldn't forget that another examination is waiting for them. Is this possible that it will bring the standard of that one down? Do you see this? This is possible.
It's possible. If you compare, let me not mention regions.
So it's not. It can be possible.
For some universities,
right,
it cannot be possible.
What kind of university are we looking at now?
But
because they have several types. Private universities?
Not private. Yes, some private. Yes, some good private. They already have the crowd, not the ones that are looking for crowd.
Fishing for
so
students.
They will bring everybody. Some good private institutions. Some, first generation universities like Uniben, Unilag, they will never. I can say that anyway.
I doubt in the Senate in University of Lagos will want to come down that way.
Exactly.
You sound like someone who's a pedigree of Unilag.
They cannot.
Okay.
They cannot. They cannot come down below 200. They can't. But there are some schools that we know that we even go, if it's even 120, they will come down.
Just
and
to
that
get
is
students.
where, tomorrow is going to also cause a problem for these children.
Okay.
As it's where now, there's this like segregation sort of. Some schools, I've seen somebody that, you bring certificates from some schools, they will not even look at it. They won't even look at it at all.
At all.
So now, you are now putting the children that will attend such universities. Meanwhile, everybody in Nigeria knew that this school, they accept people with 120. Right. How can somebody score 120 over 400? That's fail. Speaking
about failing,
that's fail.
I will say, let us allow our viewers take a breather with this. We'll be right back. We are talking with Dr. Jessica, and for this, it's getting more interesting than ever. JAM is in the front burner. 150, they say, is a new cutoff mark. Will this be sustainable? In the words of Dr. Jessica, we'll find out. Let's take a break and come back. When we come back, let this be a reminder. Education might not just be for everyone, but is it for everyone? We'll find out. Don't go away.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa.
Welcome back. It's still the big story segment. We're talking about the 150 new cutoff mark that is set for JAM. Dr. Jessica Osure, did I pronounce your name properly? Yes, she's been talking, giving us all the great insights regarding JAM, new cutoff mark, and of course, how we will, relate that to what might happen in the UTME. Did I get that correctly? But you said something before we go. You said that thing they call cutoff mark, is it meant to, compensate, or is it going to last for long? But you also said it's for 2005/2006. Do you think the federal government, or rather they will all agree and say, look, let's just be stagnant 150 for another 5-10 years? If so, how bad would that be?
I don't think any reasonable government or a serious, body will want to sustain that 150. If you take the pulse of Nigerians concerning this 150,
right?
Everybody is, very
uncomfortable
with it. We cannot have 150 as cutoff for university.
What's the best cutoff mark you think will challenge our children to become great individuals?
We have already said at least we'll be using 200. Why not at least that's the average? Over 400. That's halfway. So, bearing in mind that there might be other factors that affected, maybe that could affect the children from not performing well and all that. Bear in mind all those different challenges, glitches and all that. Let's leave this thing at 200. Let's get the best to go to the universities. The ones that cannot meet up. Please, there's polytechnic. There are technical schools. And that is one thing, before we go, that is one thing our government must also work on. Encourage these technical institutions. Encourage them. Remove all this dichotomy, remove all this, everybody wants to go to university. There's no day the demand and supply of university education will ever, we can never meet the demand for university education. The supply can never meet the demand. That's the truth. So everybody cannot go to universities. So let's encourage, let's build infrastructures, let's strengthen our primary education, our curriculum, our university, our secondary school education. Let's build on the quality. Let's train our teachers. When we do all these things, when we, then we will not be struggling for children to write an exam over 400 and be struggling to have 200.
On that note, I would say education is for everyone, but university might not be for everyone.
For everyone.
So you guys have heard Dr. Jessica Oswore. Thank you so much. I wish we could go on and on because of time. I wanted to clear that part when I said it's education for everyone. Now, know this back at home, education is for everyone, but university might not just be for everyone. We do have technical colleges, we have polytechnics. It doesn't make you less of an educated person.
Will not make them feel less educated.
Most definitely.
Encourage them. Give them, even if it means giving them certifications for, even to learn panel-beating, to learn whatever.
Skilled work.
Get a certificate for it and back them up. People will gladly do all these things. They will gladly go there instead of everybody rushing to university.
Before we go into the camera, one last word of advice. That's your camera. To those at home, the children at home, that's the first camera is your own. What advice do you have for them? Those who are, aspiring to write next year, as the case may be.
Okay, for children at home, please study hard. Education is not for mediocres, and that is the truth. It's not for mediocres. Study hard. You have, in fact, I used to tell people that in your generation, you have access to books, facilities, resources that we did not have access to those days. So now, if a student fails, that means you intentionally wanted to fail. You have everything at your disposal. So read your books. Forget, the fun you want to go about having. Read your books, study hard, and with God helping you, you will have good scores in JAM. Then you can go to university. But if you cannot, please, there are other options. Learn a skill. Learn a skill. Even today, university graduates are also going out to learn skills. So you can learn a skill and contribute your own quota to your country. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica Oswore. I hope I'm pronouncing your name very well.
You tried.
Thank you so much for joining us. It has been quite, in-depth conversation. And now you know. Thank you so much. We appreciate that you came. Hopefully we'll call you some other time and you join us again. Right. Big story segment. I hope it was big enough. Thank you so much. Coming up next is social listening. This is BDTV. Onyeka Valentine's my name. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day
programs, business roundtables, career roundtables, where we bring in industry experts to sit together and empower the next generation. We also have mentorship where women, female leaders, even men, I always say that Shikan is not a gender-based organization. We preach that every woman, you can do more, you can be more, irrespective of your background. But first, human. before we became women. So it's important that as a woman that you don't seek professional preference just because you're a woman, but because you can do it, because you have a voice, and because you have the innate ability to do more. And then we have our empowerment programs, which spans from our vocational trainings from business clinics, business support to enterprise, and so far we've been able to empower thousands of women across Nigeria in different skill acquisition programs powered by most of our partners in the past. And for the Transform pillar, that's where the Shikan conference comes in, and our roundtable sessions as well, where we're coming together under one umbrella to transform lives, bringing industry experts to share their success story, women who have done it from zero to top, from nothing to becoming who they are today. And we have seen lives transformed. So for us, we don't just pick our or just name anybody when it comes to our speakers. We carefully select, we carefully do background checks, check your story, know what you have done, how you've been able to empower yourself, empower your community, create a beautiful impact to be able to stand and speak the do more story. So this year, what people will be expecting beyond the very transformational sessions this year, we have 3 panel sessions. The first one will speak more on discovering your life purpose, speaking on that, everything around that. We have experts from different cadres that has to do with wholeness when it comes to a complete lifestyle. So for us at Shikan, we believe that if you have to be a Shikan woman, you have to be a whole woman, you have to be an empowered woman, because our mantra says, empowered women empower other women. We'll be having the second panel session that has to do with business and career. So people will be able to learn from that perspective. It's going to be at a very intimate time where we can just speak on. And the third panel is where we would speak on everything family, everything wholeness, everything beautiful. You don't want to miss this year's conference. So it's happening July the 18th, and just like other years, it's been very transformational.
To empower women, to inspire women, is something that is very, important for us. And you can see all of the conversations that have happened here today about empowering women. But one thing that is missing in those issues is that when life happens, with all the empowerment, of the program, of the women, of the businesses, we are that backup for the women.
And I believe that this year a lot will happen. Our founder has mentioned all that will happen this year, and I believe that we'll all be blessed. Men, even not only women, have been touched. I see men coming more and more every year because of what they gain. Students who never thought of going to school were funded by Chicken.
This program aligns with MTN's vision and MTN's dream around empowering women. So currently we already run so many programs around women's entrepreneurship programs, around women in tech, around yellow women, women coming back to work after taking a career break. So again, it also aligns with our sponsorship strategic focus, which is around entrepreneurship for women.
And Shikan Nigeria is all about women empowerment. It means education, empowerment, and transformation for the woman. Because we understand that you equip one woman, you equip a generation. We just believe in supporting this because it aligns with our vision.
The theme this year is the woman and her power. And I dare say that the woman's power lies in her ability to be able to nurture first herself, nurture other people, and be able to, through that, create a ripple effect that can begin to create change. And that's what we are also about in Sarah at Wema Bank. Sarah is about women who want better, women who are looking for opportunities to be able to transform themselves and use that, leverage that to be able to transform the community. And overall, the entire country is better for it.
When it comes to empowering one woman, you know that you've empowered an entire village. And I'm so passionate about that because seeing who I am, seeing all the women around me, and being able to understand that when you empower women, and that's why our mantra says, empowered women, empower other women. When you empower a woman, you've already empowered an entire generation.
On the 25th of June 2025, Women in Successful Careers, WISCA, launched its Women in Law Mentorship Program, WIL MP, at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce Industry, Commerce House, Victoria Island, Lagos. The inaugural ceremony, which was centered on advancing women's leadership in the law, had eminent members of Lagos State's judiciary, acclaimed legal experts, executives of WISCA, mentors and mentees present. The founder and chairperson of WISCA, Amina Oyagbola, was on hand to open the ceremony with a welcome address that emphasized the importance of mentorship in legal sector and the gaps that the Women in Law Mentorship Program, WIL MP, will mitigate. As the event progressed, a goodwill message from the Commissioner of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation in Lagos State, Cecilia Bolaji Dada, was delivered by Amina Oyagbola on her behalf. This was followed by a keynote address from the Chairperson Board of Trustees of Gori Institute, Ayo Ogunshola Obe, who reflected on the importance of mentorship.
Perhaps my career underscores why this mentoring program can make a real difference to women in law. Of course, I had a mentor. Indeed, at the time when I was called to the bar, that's 1978 by the way, the concept of mentoring was more or less factored into the legal profession because new wigs, as they were called, were not permitted to establish their own firms or to go into practice by themselves until they were 5 years post-court. The idea was that they would learn from their seniors and then go ye and do likewise.
The Deputy Vice-Chancellor, University of Lagos, Ayodele Ashenua, followed with an address highlighting that structured mentoring is a strategic tool that will cover the gaps in legal academia and leadership. A needs assessment report was presented by Habiba Balogun, founder and director.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the social listening on bdtv. My name is Glory Odibu, and here with me in the studio this morning is
Onyeka Valentine. Glory, what do we have? Let's kick it. Let's kick it. Let's kick it. Let's kick it.
I mean, handsome as always. Okay, let's get into the stories that have people talking right now. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, RCU, has directed lecturers across the country to go on strike. Why? Because their June salaries haven't been paid. ASU says this in line with their no pay, no work policy. Already schools like the University of Jos and University of Abuja have suspended academic activities. ASU President Professor Chris Piwuna said the federal government's delay is punishing and pushing lecturers to the wall. He blamed the ongoing salaries issue on the transition from IPPRS to GRFMIS, basically from one payment system to another, but without results. He also said HALCU has reached out to the Minister of Education and the Accountant General, but nothing changed. According to him, once salaries are delayed by more than 3 days, members are expected to stop work. Professor Piwuna said, our members are suffering and we are tired of repeating ourselves. Valentine, what do you have to say about this RCU strike that's been going on over and over again? What do you think that the government can do to make sure this comes to an end once and for all? Because look at it, the students, what about students that have examination ongoing or projects ongoing? How would they survive, or how would they pick up from the strike issues?
You know, see, you get to a point where when you preach to the choir, it becomes a no-brainer. In this case, the same people who, most of them work in the government, have their children in the universities. So they're feeling the brunt
Universities in this country?
Most of them.
Okay.
I mean, when I talk about those who work for the government, I'm not talking about those who are, you know, some senators have their kids in universities in Nigeria, let's be honest. Not all of them have the funds to send their kids to go study abroad. But forget about patriotism here now. Let's talk about, as much as important as it is, let's talk about the crux of the matter, which is this. You know exactly that when your children are home, the idea of the idle mind is the devil's workshop kicks in.
Correct.
And so, why is it that when you're in the midst of where policies and decisions are made, you don't think about that it will come all the way home and bite you? If I was a senator, right, and I know that my children or my child is in University of Nigeria, I would take it more seriously. Why is that so? Because look, the future of my case depends on the education I give to them today. And so it's like you're shooting yourself in the foot. We're not, what am I driving to with this? We haven't seen education as the major point that we should hammer on. When the people are educated, in other words, uninterrupted education now, caused by strike and everything. I'm going to come to the strike angle. When the people are uninterrupted, the people are, they have their education is uninterrupted. What happens is that, look, you get youths who understand how to become more entrepreneurial in nature. But when you have the education system, diggy-dallying back and forth, hiccups here, hiccups there, half-baked graduates come out of university. Some of them just out of frustration, they do what? They forget about schooling. This is the thing now. I haven't mentioned that and made that point. Let me now come back to the spillover of this matter now, which is this, the strike. Let's be honest. If you are not paid, would you want to work?
No motivation. And I really don't understand the reason why.
And look at the area of the economy hitting so hard. Look at the area of insecurity hitting so hard. Things are skyrocketing on the daily. So if I was in the shoes of those who are, lecturers, as the case may be, ASU and all that stuff, and I don't get paid, if ASU says no work, no pay, I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's true, Val.
So I think again, even though my opinion should not be held, as a whole, because we are journalists, but to stay on the fence. But even at that, let us think for those at home and now say, do you expect these lecturers to pick up stone from their backyard and put in the pot?
Of course, no.
Boil and eat and give to their children. They need money to be paid.
Yeah, they need money to be paid. And another thing is, the education sector in Nigeria is a very important sector. Why do you think that we keep struggling with basic salaries? June salary, with the economy right now, things are high, prices, foodstuffs and all. How will the lecturers of these universities, how will they cope? Do you think it's justifiable for them to go on strike on any little challenges? Or is there a way they can really talk terms with the government and see that
Gloria,
this comes?
We can talk about this thing back to back every day. The thing is simple. It boils down to one thing, which is we haven't taken this thing seriously. In the priority,
Seriously, you said?
In their priority, they see it as maybe one of the last things on their plate. In your bucket list, if education doesn't come in as one of the first things, then I'm sorry, we haven't gotten it right. Mind you, it's not as if they don't have this money. Let us even look at the money they waste in governance. The cost of governance is too high. We are discussing about it right now, and we know already the amount of money these people take home, right? Some former governors are still taking, pension as former governors. Meanwhile, they are senators. It runs into millions, into billions. So all this money, if put into ASU, put into paying salaries, do you think we'll be having this issue of strike or no strike? I believe that as much as I don't want students to be at home, because after a long period of time,
but the students are also facing the consequences.
That's what I'm saying. If a lecturer is not well paid, how do you expect the lecturer to come into the class and come and study? Or police will come and teach or lecture? When I was in university, I remember very well that it was so bad that we, the students, because we loved our lecturer so much, we will gather something and go to the market, buy stuff, and take to lecturer and say, look, this one is not we trying to sway you. We're just saying, look, we heard you're not feeling well. Yes, you're not feeling well. Okay? Take this, stock your fridge with this. Our lecturer then will always say, no. We say, no, this is from us to use your birthday. We treat you well. Why is that so? Because this lecturer at the time never used to fail classes.
It's always
on time. Exactly.
Making sure
you could tell that he loved the job so much.
From the students.
That's it.
And regarding this topic, there are a lot of people online commenting different things on it.
Let's see what they have to say.
This person here, Olusegun Olori, says, President of Nigeria went to St. Lucia and offered scholarships. But in Nigeria, you allow students to take loan. I sincerely do not understand. The odd thinker says, as you made some of us spend 7.5 years on a 5 years course without carryovers or spillovers, sad reality for the children of the common man. Just like you said just now, what about the common man that can't afford being, to travel abroad and get proper education without these ASU strikes? Another one says, what does it take to pay the salaries of people who have worked? I mean, curb out inefficiencies, do not steal the money meant for salaries, invest in automation. Another one says, let me take this last one. It says, I know it's important, but not just June except something behind the scene we don't know. So like this last person is saying, just because of the June salary that
I can't wait to weigh into what you just said. Not just June.
No, but
let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
If your salary isn't paid as at when due, are you not a human being?
Yeah.
If your salary has been owed 1 day extra, do you know what to take out of you? What if your children fall sick? What if there's an emergency? What if even you as a person?
For you to be able to keep going back
so I don't agree with that person's comment. But however, it's important to mention this, which is the fact that, look, sometimes, even as lecturers, we know there are some lazy lecturers who, if they don't get their salary a day, if it's late a day, as a day late, they will not even come to class. They will rather go and do their other business. Meanwhile, students are there waiting.
So would you say those kind of lecturers, they have passion?
Those ones, they deserve to be pushed over to polytechnics. Just the way our guest here, I don't know, during Big Story, right? If our viewers were watching, our guest here spoke about, not everybody is supposed to go to university. Someone's supposed to be in polytechnics. The same way, not every lecturer is supposed to lecture in the university. Someone's supposed to lecture in the polytechnics. I'm not making the case that polytechnics are not good. I'm only saying that, look, meet up the mark. However, if there is a controversy surrounding most people who would rather say, let them stay at home. And if you're not going to pay us, no trouble. But as you have said, no work, no pay. Then there is a breach somewhere. There is something that's happening behind the scene that we're not seeing. And so the question now is this engineered to frustrate the government? Let's be honest, so many times the government as a whole has met their demands. Let's make a case for the government. They met their demands one way. Yes. But also, look at it closely. Most of these, institutions or whatever it is, want more.
The more you meet the demands, the more
that's it. So if government is saying, if you don't go to work, we will not pay you, right? As you go to work, or tell people to go to work, we will not pay you. The question now is, has the government even met them halfway in the past? We know that it has been so often, back to back, owing salaries. In the angle of the government, let them now reshuffle and say, okay, what is needed? How many billions is involved? What are we wasting away? Just said already that the president traveled abroad to St. Lucia and gave scholarship.
But we in Nigeria. And look at the next person that said, instead of him using 5 years for a 5 years course, he's using 7 years, according to him. What does this tell us about the educational values?
My course in the university then was a 4-year course. I spent 6 years. Do you know why? Then the school had to shut down for some court activities at that time. It was too bad. Then they resumed. Then ASU came and went on strike again. And so 2 extra years means you pay I was living off campus at the time. You pay your house rent. 2 extra years. Of course, you now have to supplement again. So you realize that the burden on students becomes overwhelming. Now, many years after I graduated from university, I went to do my master's. And I told myself, look, if this is going to happen again, it will frustrate, this activity. Guess what? During the master's, it happened again. So, will we ever see the end of ASU strike? The end of, government saying no work, no pay? I don't think we'll ever see.
Who suffers more in this ASU strike?
Of course, when 2 elephants fight, who suffers? It is the grass. The students will suffer. So I'm just one person, right? Today I'm opportuned, right, to be in front of you as a broadcaster and anchor? What about people who are still struggling in university? What about those who have graduated a long time ago and still don't have such opportunities? So you realize that it takes away a lot from you in the near future. Why? Your years have been taken away. And time, they say, is retrievable.
Yeah.
You can lose friends. You can lose money.
Time.
You can lose a job, lose everything. But time is irretrievable.
Quickly, let's move to the second story on our social listening segment. At the National Assembly, where there was tension ahead of Senator Natasha Akpotu-Uduaghan's return. She was suspended months ago over alleged misconduct, but the Federal High Court recently ruled what was called a suspension was unconstitutional. After the ruling, Natasha announced that she would resume work yesterday, which was Tuesday, July 8th, as ordered by the court. But the Senate leadership isn't budging yet. They are insisting she must apologize before stepping back in. Meanwhile, yesterday, security around the National Assembly was up. From the main entrance to the 3 arms zone, security operatives were everywhere, checking cars and screening visitors more thoroughly than usual. You know, when we look at a tweet, people were asking, why was there a lot of security than usual? Was it because, is it a confrontational? Does she need backing? What is really going on?
So, you know, if you look at it, like I said the other day, this issue of Senator Natasha and, you know, this whole story as a whole, it's good that she stepped up to, you know, speak up
for herself.
For herself. She has the right to do that. It is well within her rights. If she felt crossed in many ways, she has the right to step up, talk about it. But again, is this not distracting us?
And also, the court ruling is not enough for her to just return.
That's
back
my
to
point. So again, there's a lot going on, all right, around it. It has now become an ego play thing. There's a lot going on from the angle of, you know, Senate presidents, from the angle of the judiciary, from my own angle. Everyone wants a case where they will not lose face. So at the end of the day, is it taking away valuable time from us? We are BDTV. The idea is we follow the money and then we follow the economy. Is this adding value to our economy?
Currently?
Or not? Is this creating some form of business that would grow our GDP? If not, it's just another what? Story. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's take some comment from Twitter.
Right.
Bob Loco says, this heroic fighter gives us some hope that all is not lost for the progressive of Nigeria. No irony intended, and I make bold to say that Senator Natasha Akpotu-Uduaghan is actually the real deal renewed hope agenda for many Nigerians. Naima Ifeanyi says, in Nigeria as we speak, both the presidency and the National Assembly are above the law and above the court. Dario of Estonia says, who is Natasha that they are beefing? I really don't think it's a case of beefing anyway. Who is Natasha that they are beefing up security for her return to the Red Chamber, my country?
The question is simple there. Who is Natasha? Well, she is a senator, but the question is, you know, what is this doing for us? Is giving her a lot of clout, most definitely. Is good for her. Good for her based, not good for us. Hold on. Let me clarify. When I say good for her, I'm not saying that what's happening to her is good. I'm saying it's good for her PR because people are getting to know her more often, right? Her visibility, that's what I mean. So don't quote me wrongly. But what I'm now saying in the other area is that, is it not distracting the Senate? I mean, if she's good at her job, right? Let us focus on the fact that she's good at her job. And trying to victimize her one way or the other, because I'm seeing that angle also. Trying to victimize her will send a wrong message to the world. She has the right to speak up. But again, as the question goes this way, is she putting the cart before the horse? What's more important right now? Yes, the court has said, you know, this, that, A, B, and C. And people are saying, no, this is what they think. The big question is for her, what's the way forward? Because at some point, I'm even losing the whole idea of, in the first place, why she even chose to talk about the story, something that happened 2-3 years ago.
But who knows? I think.
Or maybe it was quite traumatic for her.
And she couldn't take it. Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine, for your opinion on the social listening segment. And that is all we can take today. We look forward at a fresh RC strike and the tensions at the National Assembly over Senator Natasha's comeback. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Glory Odibo.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
See you next time and keep watching the bdtv.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatumata Sifona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years. 4 years. 4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few. Yes. So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis?
For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a lighter spirit, Sometimes we do it on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and can play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun and it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Equity Club golf session as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin, so their children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great output of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. So we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon HMO to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for, and she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Equity Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open also. So we're excited about that. Excited. Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play, and we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course, so the first come, first serve, and the quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day, and those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S. Oh, wow. We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf, and country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like BusinessDay and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old. And you've been playing for how long now? 17? I've been playing about 17 years. Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf? Start playing at 5. At 5 years old. Wow. Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little, on Fridays, and you see the little kids coming with their little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the junior academy now, and they also play around Nigeria. So recently, we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy. Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies? So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize. Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, you know, some delicacy from
Awesome.
and cake and akara, and, you know, just, it's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, you know, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So
it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that.
Yeah.
What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all?
Oh, no, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Clay Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap.
Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf?
So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So
Okay,
typically a course for a lady might be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do full shots to get in the hole.
Yeah.
So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start, say, with a handicap 36 as a lady, and you start to play really well, you will find that every time you're able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, the win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite. You get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts are it's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a net competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, you know, those large handicaps you get. So we're playing a growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days, growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected, and the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. And so we don't get paid for any of this. We actually paid to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Economy and Market Show, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings going on in the economy and as well as the market, the equities market, the bond market, whatever market they may be. We're starting off with some business news headlines making the rounds. First of all, the CBN has ordered banks to submit their capital plans as pandemic-era loan waivers have expired. The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered commercial banks to submit capital restoration plans by the end of this week as part of sweeping reforms aimed at strengthening the sector's resilience. In a circular that was published on Monday, July 7th, the Apex Bank directed lenders to outline how they intend to address capital shortfalls, including details on restructured loans, provisioning level, and capital adequacy ratios. This directive follows the expiration of the pandemic-era regulatory waivers on June 30, which had previously allowed banks to exceed single obligor limits and under-provision for risky loans. This move is part of CBN's broader push to stabilize Nigeria's banking sector amid economic headwinds such as double-digit inflation, sluggish growth, and repeated currency devaluation. Last month, the CBN barred banks under forbearance from paying dividends, awarding bonuses on making foreign investment. It also raised the minimum capital requirement for banks nearly tenfold in Q1 2024 in a bid to bolster financial system stability. Then we move on to Kuda Bank, that has seen transactions in the first quarter of 2025 exceed 14.3 trillion naira. Kuda processed over 14.3 trillion naira across 300 million transactions for Q1 2025, with retail banking accounting for 8.5 trillion and business users around 5.8 trillion. The bank also issued about 17 billion in overdraft and paid 130 million in interest to some of its users. The CEO, Babs Ogundeyi, highlighted plans for international expansion, with Kuda's app already supporting pounds and euros and dollar integration coming soon. The bank is also planning to leverage artificial intelligence, including a chatbot designed to improve customer service and reduce support load. The company says it's applying machine learning insights to re-emerging digital banking. The bank is set to deepen its footprint in digital banking with new business banking solutions and AI-powered services. At a recent media briefing in Lagos, Nosa Oyegun, the VP of Product Innovation and Strategy, announced the company's plans to serve real businesses such as supermarkets and restaurants beyond the traditional POS agency model. Then we move on to the CBN, that is introducing rules to make banks manage loans better. The Central Bank of Nigeria has issued new guidelines to ensure capital consistency and transparency in how commercial banks report credit information. The directive, that was dated June 13, 2025, follows an on-site examination that revealed discrepancy in banks' credit printouts compared to customer files and prior audits. Under the new rules, each loan must retain the same contract number throughout its lifespan. If a contract number disappears from a credit report without evidence of full repayment, it will be classified as a lost or written off facility. The original loan date must remain unchanged even if restructured or enhanced, and documented proof of any restructuring must be provided. The CBN also limited the use of yearly and bullet repayment structures to 10% of a bank's loan books. Bullet repayments are now restricted to asset-linked or cash-back loans. The measure aims to strengthen credit risk management and promote greater accountability across the banking sector. Then we see in Dangote Refinery, the refinery is eyeing a full transition to Nigerian crude by the year end 2025. Dangote Industries has noted that a 650,000 barrel per day refinery will rely entirely on Nigerian crude by the end of 2025. This is marking a major shift in the nation's energy sector. Speaking to Bloomberg, Deva Kumar Edwin, the Vice President of Oil and Gas at Dangote, confirmed that local producers now supply about half of the refinery's crude and are expected to meet full demand by year end. The refinery, located in Lekki Free Trade Zone, began operations earlier this year and has already positioned Nigeria as a net exporter of refined products for the first time in decades. Initially dependent on imported crude due to local supply gaps, Dangote's pivot aligns with its long-standing goals to reprocess domestic oil and reduce foreign exchange losses. Analysts are saying that this move could stabilize Nigeria's upstream sector, encourage investment, and serve as a key test of ongoing oil sector reform. The refinery is expected to meet local fuel demand and supply access to West Africa. Then in the US, Donald Trump has reaffirmed the August 1 deadline for trade deals. The President of the United States of America set August 1, 2025 as the tariff deadline, declaring that no extensions will be granted. It was in a Tuesday social media post on Truth Social, that's his own personalized platform. The statement comes amid ongoing uncertainty over the timeline and scope of the administration's global tariff policy. He said, "There has been no change to this date and there will be no change. All money will be due and payable starting August 1st. The announcement follows months of shifting deadlines and mixed signals from the administration. Just a day earlier, Trump called the deadline firm but not 100% firm, suggesting some room for negotiation. On Monday, the White House began sending tariff letters to 14 countries, stating that the tariff rate may be adjusted upward or downward based on bilateral relations. Trump warned that retaliatory tariffs could trigger higher penalties from the US. The upcoming deadline marks the end of a 90-day pause on previously announced reciprocal tariffs. After the break, we come back for market rundown where we give you a breakdown of what's going on in the equity space.
Chika Nigeria sits on 3 pillars: educate, empower, and transform. We hold several programs, from training programs, business roundtables, career roundtables, where we bring in industry experts to sit together and empower the next generation. We also have mentorship where women, female leaders, even men, I always say that Shikan is not a gender-based organization. We preach that every woman, you can do more, you can be more, irrespective of your background. We're first human before we became women. So it's important that as a woman that you don't seek professional.
Let's go to the equities market. On Tuesday, July the 8th, the NGX All-Share Index closed at 121,653 points, a new all-time high, up 358.60 points or 0.30%, extending its positive run and pushing year-to-date gains to 18.2%. Market capitalization also climbed, ending the session at 76.758 trillion naira. In dollar terms, this is about, we've seen the NGX now cross the $50 billion market cap mark after falling below $40 billion in early 2023. In late 2023, I beg your pardon. Total volume traded stood at over 1 billion shares with a value of around 19.48 billion in traded value. Top gainers, we saw a lot of 10% rally from Champion Breweries, NGX Group, Omatech, and C&I Listen. We saw Champion Breweries still on its rally, on its run. After yesterday's market, Champion Breweries has now recorded over 300% gain this year. New share price 14 naira 96 kobo. NGX Group 56 naira 10 kobo. Omatech 1 naira 10 kobo. Then C&I Listen 6 naira 60 kobo. Then we also saw Nimet Pharmaceuticals up 9.95% to close at a share price of 9 naira 50 kobo. And on the losing side, on the flip side, we see Deep Capital shared 10%. eTransact, it was followed by eTransact that shared over 9%, shared 9.55% to hit a share price of 9 naira. NNFM, after weeks of rallying, shared 9.17% to now fall below the 100 naira share price, 98 naira 10 kobo. Suno Assurances shared 6.22% to close at the share price of 4 naira 22 kobo. VFD Group down 6.16% to reach a share price of 13 naira 70 kobo. And in terms of our most actively traded stock, we see Access Holding leading the volume and values chart. Leading the volumes chart, however, not the values chart. We saw GTCO lead the values chart. Access Holding, in terms of trading volume, 124.25 million shares, over 2.7 billion worth of that share was traded yesterday. Japal Gold, 123 million shares, over 340.9 million naira worth of that share was traded yesterday. However, in other shares, we see Mutual Benefits Assurance, 55.558 million, just around 77 million naira. Universal Insurance, 54 million, around 38 million naira. Then ICO Insurance, 40.437 million, just around 70.8 million naira. In terms of value, we saw GTCO also lead the markets to around 3.5 billion worth of shares traded yesterday. On the global market side, on the global indexes, we see the US Dow Jones slipped by 0.31% to 44,267 points. S&P index down close slightly flat, 0.02% to close at 6,229 points. Then we see Nasdaq Composite, despite the downward trend of Tesla, we see Nasdaq Composite up just almost 10 basis points, that's around 9 basis points, 20,431 points. This is as a lot. There's been a mixed session following the recent trade news that was announced by the US president. And in Asia, we see the Asian market closed higher. Nikkei 225 rose 0.26%. The Kospi gained 1.09%, and the Hang Seng Index also gained 1.09%. In Europe, indices were in the green. The FTSE closed 0.54%. The CAC 40, which is the Paris Stock Exchange, 0.56%, and the DAX edged up by 0.55%. On the currency side, the Naira traded at 1,534 Naira to the dollar, while we saw the Euro trading at 1,796 Naira to the dollar, and the Pound, 2,083 Naira to the pound. This is on the currency side. Not much has been happening on the currency side over the last 1 month, considering that we are in the corridors of stability. We've seen the Naira fluctuate between 1,530 to 1,540 Naira to the dollar. After the break, we are shifting our attention to GTCO's listing on the London Stock Exchange. By this time, which is about 11:23 a.m., we're expecting that GTCO has started trading with the ticker GTHC on the London Stock Exchange. After the break, we'll return with a conversation on that subject.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Last week, the finance space was kind of abuzz with news of our first banking entity that would list on the London Stock Exchange. So in the NGX, the Nigerian exchange, we have quite a number of dual listings. We have Seplat Energy, we have Oando, Seplat Energy, we have Etel Africa. Those two are dual listed on the NGX and the London Stock Exchange, and on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, we have New Gold ETF, and we also have Oando PLC. Just basically around 4 listings. However, none of this is a bank. None of this is a financial institution. GTCO has been listed its global depository receipt since 2007 on the LSE. This has been there. Zenith Bank also has its GDR listed on the LSE. That was many years ago, more than 10 years ago now. All of this, we are now seeing for the first time in Nigerian bank will be listing on the LSE, and this is starting with GTCO that did that through a capital raise effort that will see the bank raise around $105 million. The bank is issuing 2.29 billion shares at about a reference price of 17 naira per share. That was about $0.046 per share to some select institutional investors that it had pitched those shares to. Today, as part of the timeline, July 9 a.m., the bank announced that they were going to start trading on the London Stock Exchange. And to give us further insight on this subject, I have Ngozi Odum, who is a research associate at Cardinal Stone Security. Hi, good morning, Ngozi.
Good morning.
Yes, it's very nice to have you here. First of all, my question is, what's your take on this news? The fact that we have a Nigerian bank listing on the London Stock Exchange.
Okay, so I think it's wonderful news. It's quite a laudable achievement. It's the first for the West African entity, and is also the first for a Nigerian bank to be listed. And we know that, like you rightly mentioned, some other banks have GDRs, but this is a direct listing on the London Stock Exchange. So this is a laudable achievement. It shows what can be accomplished when institutions are focused and also they deliver value for shareholders.
Okay, one question I have to ask is, what does this move send? What kind of message does this move send about international confidence in Nigerian banks?
So I would say that it sends a positive signal. If you look at what has played out for the course of the year, and even what has been mentioned from global institutions, you see that the narrative for the Nigerian space is shifting, and also the foreign portfolio investors are becoming more comfortable with investing in Nigeria. Now, for Nigerian institutions, you see that if you look at them on a trading basis vis-a-vis other African pairs, you see that they trade at a discount. But you now see the likes of GTCO, which is coming to list directly on the London Stock Exchange. It shows you that the investors' interests are really strong, and they also recognize that this institution has some values for them.
Okay, you mentioned something, just a quick deviation. You mentioned something around Nigerian banks trading vis-a-vis at discount with respect to their African partners, basically, or some of their international partners in emerging markets. Why do you think this is so, or why has this been so?
Okay, so I think it is a discount to the region that they play in. So most of these institutions are Nigerian-led and Nigerian-owned. So if you look at their origin story, they started in Nigeria, and for the likes of UBA, the likes of Access, and some others, they've actually extended their reach into other African institutions, but the core of their operations and where their headquarters is still located in Nigeria. So there's a discount given the macroeconomic situation of Nigeria that is applied to these institutions. So more and more, you begin to see a lot of focus being placed on diversification, both regionally and operationally, to provide a hedge on their operations and to place less emphasis on the Nigerian factor on their business.
That's almost leading to one question I have, but this question now GT has done it. Do you think that their peers will do the same which other peers do you think can take the same move? Which other banks in Nigeria do you think can take the same step?
Okay, so like you rightly mentioned, the likes of Zenith, which also has a global depository receipt. We also have the like of UBA and the like of Access. So these three institutions might also want to veer the route of GTCO. But I think what's the most important thing is owning their space and then assessing the market to judge on the readiness of investors, because it's one thing to want to list and it's another thing to have the interest, so that you don't have an undersubscribed issue. So I think with what GTCO has shown, the likes of these other pairs that also have some exposure within the LSC might also like to ascertain or go through this route and also gain some exposure in the direct listing.
Okay. What barriers do you think that trying to list on, what barriers do you think they may meet in trying to list on the LSC? So, for example, one of the things that people have mentioned is the fact that when CBN came up with their circular some weeks ago, GT was basically exempt from the forbearance exposures and all of that. We see Zenith Bank with like some very high level of forbearance exposure, almost about $1.6 billion of forbearance exposures. Don't you think that these are significant barriers that may now exist for some of these banks that you mentioned, Zenith, Access, and UBA?
So I won't necessarily refer to them as barriers. I think when you're trying to take the next step, like GTCO has done, and for such a listing exchange like the London Stock Exchange, that is one of the most prestigious listing exchanges globally, you have to look at your businesses and you have to look at your operations, and you also have to consider it from the perspective of the investor. What would your investor like to see? I think the steps that GTCO undertook last year in terms of his balance sheet cleanup well timed. Given that he had this intention, I'm sure it was well planned. This would not have been an abrupt decision. So I think it was well timed and they took the steps necessary to clean up their books. Also, with the CBN directive, I think this is actually a beneficial situation for other banks, because if you look at it, this is just pushing them in the right direction. So like you mentioned, for investors or barriers like you mentioned that might hinder them or hinder the reception, if they undergo this cleanup, this might make it more receptive for investors to consider, the direct listing participation.
So now increased oversight from UK regulators. Now GT is moving away from, okay, we are just regulated by the CBN and we are just regulated by the NGX, we are just regulated by SEC. Now they are moving into a system where they are now going to be, part of their regulators will include Financial Control Authority of the UK. How do you think this will help their corporate governance?
I think it will strengthen their corporate governance and is also a positive. Like I said, it's a step in the right direction. So as an institution, the idea is that you're always growing, right? You're always growing and you're always taking steps to, better position the institution for growth and for global expansion, right? So this will not be their first step or their step entrance into the global markets. Like I mentioned, that they had global depository receipts. So that kind of gave them an insight on the regulatory requirements on what will be required for them. But I think now with the direct listing, obviously is more stringent. So it will just improve their existing corporate governance. And that is what we require from the institution. We expect them to improve as time goes on.
And for the entire Nigerian banking sector, do you think it's going to have like some form of boomerang effect on the entire banking space?
Yes, I do think that it will have a pass through to other banks. I think when you want to compare yourself or position yourself, you begin to look at what your competitors are doing and to carve a name for yourself and to define your position or brand yourself. You also have to look at what are the international standards, what are the benchmark. And not just for GTCO, for other institutions, this has been, something that we've heard over and over again that management is thinking of. For the likes of Access and all those things, they are also trying to set themselves up where they begin to follow with the international benchmark and similarly to other banks. So I think this is a step in the right direction, and this will also strengthen what they have going on currently.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we're moving to the part where I want to talk about for the entire recapitalization arrangement. We're in a situation right now. Some of our banks have hit it. So if GT successfully raised the $105 million, they will hit it. Access has hit it. Zenith has hit it. EcoBank has hit it. I think Stanbic has hit it. We now have, I think we just have some few banks left to hit it. For the banks that are left to hit it, especially the lower banks, tier 2, tier 3 banks, do you think that this move is now suggesting that dual listing may be an alternative, or they would rather just continue in their M&A strategies that some of them have already keyed into? Because we are hearing there's some M&A that will be happening between Unity and Providus, and I don't know of others, but is dual listing now a viable alternative for the recapitalization move that CBN has been touting?
So I think it depends on strategic intent. I think for recapitalization purposes, because of the timeline, which is supposed to end in March 2026, that's quite close. I don't think that they will be pursuing dual listing because of the process involved and also the time frame. Will they be able to meet that? I don't think they will. And I think that will push them to consider the mergers and acquisition routes. But beyond recapitalization, I think both avenues offer different advantages. For the mergers and acquisition, it helps you to build skill within your operations, within the regions that you are focused on. And then with the dual listing, it helps you gain international exposure and international presence and widens your shareholder structure so that you're not domiciled in just one region. So I think it depends on the strategic intent, but beyond the recapitalization process, I think these are avenues that over time, I think other institutions will consider.
Okay, thank you so much. Then one question is about GT. This listing now will ensure that will involve the fact that they have to start reporting in USD. Do you think it's going to shield them from Naira depreciation, or how do you think it's going to play out? Now they'll probably have to start releasing their financials in the USD level. How is it going to play out?
Okay, so we have, just like we have other dual listed companies for the like of Seplat and Airtel. So you have your Naira financials and you have your dollar financials. What that matters is what was the exchange rate that was like on the time of the reporting period, what exchange rate was used to translate those Naira figures to dollars. It really doesn't have any impact. It is the financial status of the bank. So it is the same either ways. It really just depends on the exchange rate at the time of reporting. So either ways, it's still the financial performance of the company. So I think you should have no business.
Okay, thank you so much for answering and giving a lot of insight on this subject. We have Ngozi Odum, a research associate at Cardinal Stone Securities. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our listening viewers, we want to just talk about something relating to GTCO's listing. As of 11 p.m., GTCO is seeing some bit of action on the NGX. We're looking at it right now. It's just trading up almost the 686 Naira share mark. Last week we asked the question, will GTCO hit the 100 Naira share mark before Stanbic IBTC? We'll never know. However, but that's where we round it up today on Economy and Market. That's where we call it a day for this show this morning. Have a lovely morning. See you again on Friday.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health. Golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatoumata Sekona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you will have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years. 4 years. 4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few. Yes. So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club Ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have?
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the bdtv News at Noon. I am Glory Odibo. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. CBN warned on looming inflation as input cost rise. Dangote refinery slashes petrol price again. Naira weakens to 1,529 per dollar at official market. US cuts Nigerian visa validity to 3 months. Victor Osimhen agrees personal terms for Galatasaray move. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has warned that rising input costs across key sectors could spark new wave of consumers' price inflation. According to CBN Purchasing Managers Index report, this comes as businesses continue to absorb cost pressures which may become unsustainable soon. The report shows that the input price index for the composite economic as well as industry services and agricultural sector exceed their respective output price indices during the review period. The agriculture sector, however, recorded the highest cost absorption index at 9.8 points in June, indicating the widest gap between input and output prices. Moving on, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the price of petrol from 840 naira to 820 naira per litre. This 20 naira reduction reportedly came 1 week after the refinery dropped the price of the fuel from 880 naira to 840 naira, indicating a 60 naira cut in petrol prices by the Dangote refinery within a week. The spokesman of the Dangote Group, Anthony Chijina, revealed that the company reduced the price to make the product more affordable for Nigerians. The pump prices of petrol have, however, declined as crude oil prices fell below $70 last week. To end the local news, the Naira has closed trading at 1,529.2 per dollar at the official Nigerian foreign exchange market window on Tuesday. Data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria website shows that Wednesday's and Tuesday closings was weaker than the 1,528.3 per dollar from Monday. According to reports, this marginal weakness comes on the heels of the resumption of the international transactions on their Naira cards. Now on the foreign scene, the U.S. Department of State has announced that there is an update to its non-immigrant visa policy for Nigerian citizens. According to a press statement issued by the U.S. Embassy in Abuja on Tuesday, 8th of July 2025, most non-immigrant and non-diplomatic visas issued to citizens of Nigeria will be single-entry visas with a 3-month validity period. While the new visa restrictions take immediate effect, the embassy also clarified that those U.S. non-immigrant visas issued before July 8, 2025 will retain their status and validity. The statement emphasized that the move was part of the department's global visa reciprocity process, which the embassy described as a continuous process that is subject to review. To end the news, Nigeria international Victor Osimhen has reportedly agreed to personal terms with Turkish giant Galatasaray ahead of permanent move from Napoli after a sensational loan spell in the Turkish Super League last season, where he scored 37 goals and provided 8 assists in 41 appearances. Victor Osimhen has expressed his desire to remain in Istanbul, rejecting approaches from Saudi Arabia, including a lucrative offer from Al Hilal. According to Sky reporter Florin Petbuk, Osimhen has verbally agreed to a 3-year deal with Galatasaray, including an option to extend until 2029. The Turkish club is reportedly confident of reconcluding the deal in the coming days, having already made an official bid that matches Osimhen's €75 million releases clause. That's where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News. I am Glory Odibo. Keep watching the BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng. watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I am Inyobong Hiwok. Last week, the 10th National Assembly began the process to amend the 1999 Constitution, with the public hearing in 6 regions across the country. Reports from the public hearing shows that clamor for more states, local government, special states for women, state police, top demands from Nigerians. In Lagos, the public hearing was held in Ikeja. Speaking at the event, Benga Daniel, senator representing Ogun East, made a case for the creation of Ijebu State. Daniel said the Ijebu axis of Ogun State was the only province of the old province that had not been made a state. Meanwhile, the leadership of the parliament have challenged all stakeholders with a special request to engage and lobby their state assembly, noting that the National Assembly cannot successfully review the 1999 Constitution without the approval. Joining me to discuss the Constitution amendment process and the issues that arise in the course of all this, I'm being joined by a barrister, Ajibola Oduwole. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, BDTV. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to have you. And the process to amend the constitution is on again. We know the 9th Assembly started that process, and nothing much came out of that. But the 10th National Assembly is also started the process again. Public hearing I had last week. What is your take on the process to amend the 1999 Constitution again? A lot of people have actually said it's a jamboree. Nothing will come out of it. What is your view?
Yeah, thank you very much. The powers to amend our constitution is derived from Section 9 of the 1999 Constitution as amended.
Yes.
And the fact that the National Assembly is taking that initiative shows that democracy is growing and thriving. But the process of constitutional amendment is quite cumbersome because both chambers of the National Assembly, that's the Senate and the House of Rep, must have 2/3 concurrence after which the amendment will now be transmitted to the state assemblies.
Yes.
We also, where we also need to get 2/3 of those state assemblies before those amendments can go through. So that's what I mean by it is cumbersome. And of course, this is an opportunity for people with genuine grievances or agitations or whatever to come forward and make their case.
Yes.
So that if it can become part of the new constitutional amendment process.
From reports from the public hearing that was held shows that the clamor for state police, special seats for women, more local government, constitutional rule for traditional rulers, those are the issues that have dominated what Nigerians want. What is your take in that? A lot of people feel that creation of states should not be the priority now, that even the ones that we have are not viable. How do you react to that?
The clamor for creation of more states seems to be a delicate one, as in, if you look at the Southeast, for example, they have said they have the least number of states and that they deserve to get at least another state.
Yes.
And also, if you look at somewhere like Ijebu, which was a province under the colonial era.
Yes.
Till today, Ijebu is the only province under the colonial era that still do not have a state. Yes, those concerns and others are genuine, and I think they should be looked into. Of course, we cannot just brush aside the viability of our states and others because, truly speaking, states must be viable. It's not a case of states or governors running to
Abuja to get allocation before they can survive. And we know that this is despite the fact that most of these states have enough potentials. If you really practice a true federalism, if they can tap into their potentials and actually just like what we have in the First Republic. But what we have seen in the last few decades is that a lot of them actually depend on what they get from Abuja. And after that, they just sit down, fall back, just waiting for the next allocation to come. And we've seen how most of these states are.
Yes, which is not really good or encouraging. So if we are creating states that are not viable, we might be creating more burden for the federal government, which we don't want at this time.
Okay, but what about I mean, many stakeholders say the talk should be about restructuring of the country. Do you agree that we need to restructure, practice true federalism? Now, those are supposed to be the issue that should dominate the discussion, or the national. That is what the National Assembly should try to do. Amend the process. Let's practice true federalism, or probably let's go back to the parliamentary system of government. What is your take on that?
Well, restructuring is a very technical word depending on who you speak to. What restructuring means to you might mean something different to me, and it depends on who you talk to. Creation of state police is restructuring. Judicial autonomy is restructuring. Giving autonomy to the local government is restructuring. So it depends on who you talk to and what the person has in mind. So that is what we call restructuring. So, and I'm not sure everybody agrees on what restructuring is. And restructuring is not just a one-size-fits-all. Different parts of it can be accommodated in the constitutional amendment process.
But this, I'm sure I've said in the past that they are keen on state police, but we've seen that in recent time they seem to have we are hearing different tune, and the administration seem to have put that issue to not, it's not a priority anymore. How desirable, and considering the security challenge that we face in the country now, how desirable is state police?
Well, on the issue of state police, I think what we need to remind ourselves as Nigerians, especially the younger ones amongst us, state police is not something new to the Nigerian state. It's something we have practiced before.
Okay.
In the First Republic, and if we need to go back to state police, because sometimes it's not just about amendments or about laws. We must look back and say when we had these state police in the past, what went wrong, why was it jettisoned, what improvement can we make? So, for me, it's not just about state police, or it's about whatever we intend to do. Is about making it work for the collective good of the citizens.
What about special seats for women being clamored for?
Yes, that is a very good one in my opinion.
In the parliament.
Because our women need to be encouraged, because even in terms of career progression and all that, they should be encouraged, because anywhere you go in the world, there is something called discrimination. positive discrimination allows people maybe from lower ethnic backgrounds that are not really advantaged to come to the fore and take positions like that. So the same thing can apply to special seats for women.
A lot of people have actually applauded that, because during the fact, considering what we've seen in the last 1 and a half decade, there have been a decline in the number of women elected into the parliament, and even those number of women who are contesting election candidates have dropped over the last 1 and a half decade compared to what we saw in 1999. Despite the fact that the population of men and women are almost as equal, and even if you say women are even involved in the electoral process, you see them more during the campaigns. You see them, but why is that? But due to the process, winning election, you know, has become more difficult in the country. That is why we are not seeing much of them elected because of the money involved, violence, and all this.
Yes, that's why we need to encourage our women, because truth be told, we demand so much of them, from them. We want them to be good wives, we want them to be good mothers, we want them to be good homemakers, and still we want we demand so much from them at work as well, in terms of career advancement and all that. So there is no way they can be juggling all this and still be at the forefront of politics. So we must make concessions for them to be able to thrive in the political space.
So how do a lot of people like Nigerians say this process just a jamboree and nothing will come out of it? Do you think this process should? Before I ask you what are the issues you think, what are the germane issues you think we should be talking about? Do you really think this process, some people have said this is just a waste of money, waste of exercise? We saw the protests in Akwa Ibom, where some people, the BBO said they were being carved into the proposed Obolo state, and they were not carried along in the process, and that their communities they want to take them into the proposed Obolo state, and they were not carried along, they were not consulted. All this, do you think this amendment is possible, and National Assembly is serious in what they are in this? Is it a jamboree exercise?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ini. Personally, I don't think it's a jamboree. The National Assembly is made up of representatives of the people, and the process of constitutional amendment has been strictly outlined, and that process must be followed through. So, as we are talking to our representative in the National Assembly, we should also be talking to our representative in the State House of Assembly. Is not everything, because most times as Nigerians we are too focused on who the president is and who the president is not, while forgetting other elected representatives of the people. And like the protest you talked about in Akwa Ibom, it's good they are coming out, because it means at least they are showing their displeasure about what is going on, and I trust that the National Assembly will look at their case, and if there is need to review, it will be done. And of course, that is why we have a public hearing and all that, so that the people can come forward and state their grievances. At least it's very well that the people are not sleeping. They want to be part of the process. They are being part of the process. So that is what will eventually make it a people-centered amendment.
We're rounding up now. In your opinion, what are the issues you think are germane that should be part of the constitution? If we are to amend this constitution, these are the issues that should be there.
Of course, for me, we must think. We must take a look again at our policing system. Whether it is state police, whether it is community policing, we must. The present policing system seems not to be working, or it's making security so difficult to look into. So it's something we must look at. And the issue of creation of states is also something we need to look at. It's not something we should just push aside. But again, the viability of states must not be ignored. States both that have been created and states that intend to be created must be viable.
Okay. New constitution. People said, lawyers like you or some political analysts have said, what we need is a new constitution. That this constitution have amended in the past and some of these issues are still there. That what you need is a new constitution and not even an amendment. Finally, how do you react to that?
I've heard so much about that, but I don't. In practice, I don't know how that works or how that will work. I've even had that position from legal luminaries.
Yes.
In the process where we are waiting for the new constitution, what constitution will be our transition constitution in the meantime? For me, whether we scrap the constitution, whether we amend, whatever it is the input of the people that matters. And for me, if you are saying we are scrapping the constitution, who are the people that will come around to put the new constitution in place? What will be the process of selecting?
They said this constitution was enacted by, was set up by the military, or was written by the military, that it favors them, that does not address some of the issues that affect the everyday Nigerians. And those are the arguments.
Yes, they are correct in that regard. But at the same time, we have had several attempts at amending it. The people who are trying to amend it were elected by the people, and the public hearing and everything involves the people as well. So, for me, whatever we want, we should be able to get it.
All right.
Through
All right.
Of course, we are saying that the people we have elected to represent us are not carrying out our interests.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program for today. We'll be looking at the process to amend the 1999 Constitution by the National Assembly. I've been speaking with Ajibola Oduwole. Thanks, sir, for being on the program. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll discuss the coalition, chances against the APC in 2027. I'll be joined by a political analyst from Port Harcourt.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I'm still watching Inside Politics on bdtv. Nigeria's opposition leaders have joined a new political party to challenge President Bola Tinubu and his ruling party in the 2027 general election. Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, El Rufai, among others, have chosen the African Democratic Congress as their new political home. After breaking away from the respective parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party. This coalition is seen as one of the greatest shake-up in Nigerian politics since the end of the military rule in 1999. Several political heavyweights from the All Progressive Congress have also thrown their weight behind this formation. But in recent days, discussion have centered around who will pick the ADC presidential tickets. Obi has said he's not ready to be a running mate to anyone. And Atiku has said, let us go to the primary. He said he doesn't want to hear the issue of, say, step down for a Southern candidate. Let us go to the primary, and whoever emerge should be the ADC presidential candidate 2027. Joining us to discuss this and several issues he's been joined by Olalekan Ige, political analyst from Rivers State, Port Harcourt. He's joining us from Port Harcourt. Ige, good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me.
Good to have you. We tried previously, we couldn't have you on the program. Finally, you are here.
Oh, yes, thank God.
What is your take on the coalition itself?
Well, I think there is nothing extraordinary out of the coalition, given our recent experience and democracy. It's not the first time politicians are coming together.
Yes.
Even under the military juntas we've had in Nigeria, right from when Ibrahim Babangida was there till Sani Abacha and all of that. It's not the first time politicians from different camps, so to say, are coming together to try and put their weight behind a political party. So there's nothing extraordinary in what we are seeing. After all, the ruling All Progressives Congress came into being sometime in 2013. And if you recall, you had people from the then Action Congress of Nigeria, people from PDP, people from AMPP, people from all manner of political parties came together to form the APC in 2013. So it's not strange. It's not new.
For some people, the coalition is significant and important, and it's coming at a period where the opposition parties seem to be crumbling, and a lot of them are having internal crises. Some say it is the APC has a hand in it. To some people, it is exciting and interesting to see opposition leaders, knowing the fact that it is not all the time you see these people come together to agree to an alliance. So, for some people,
remember in 2013, different politicians from different political camps came together to form the APC. There's nothing new in one ADC or those who have decided to come together to go to ADC. Is there anything strange in what they've done? In 2013, when APC came into being, 7 PDP governors became members of the APC, 7 senators, 7 House of Rep members of diverse political parties. You had the NPDP then. You have some part of AMPP.
Yes.
You had a vast majority of the Action Congress of Nigeria. You had people from all manner of political backgrounds coming together to form the APC in 2013. So what is new in what ADC is doing? There's nothing new. Atiku was one of the founding fathers of APC at the time, founding fathers of PDP in 1998. At the time he joined Action Congress. At the time he joined APC. At the time he came back to PDP. Now he's leaving PDP. Check almost all of the major political actors in the ADC. Peter Obi was once in ABGA. From ABGA, he defected to PDP. From PDP, he defected to Labour Party. From Labour Party, is doing business with ADC. What of David Mark? What of Chibuike? Rotimi Amechi. Look at almost all of the major figures that are in ADC today. They were once part of one political party or the other.
So what is your fear looking at the composition of this key position we have come together to form ADC? What fear do you have? We know the key challenge is to they want to challenge Tinubu in 2027 to stop the election of the incumbents. What is your fear? There have been analysts have said, oh, would they be able to put aside their political interests? We know these people, they want a lot of them want to contest, and we already seen that in the last few days the banter about who is going to be the ADC presidential ticket. Atiku coming out yesterday to say, no, I will not step down for a Southern candidate. And Peter Obi saying, I must pick the clear. I'm not ready to be a running mate to anybody. What is your fear about the coalition?
There is no fear in this. All of what you are saying now have happened at other times in political parties. Remember that when APC came into being in 2013, they had this same problem. Who was going to be the flag bearer of the party? Who was going to be the presidential candidate of the party? Who was going to step down for who, or who was not going to step down for who? It's not new. All of what you are witnessing now,
what I'm saying,
they are not new. Hold on. They are not new. Even when Buhari was exiting office as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there was massive contention inside the APC. Who was going to succeed Buhari? Eventually, I think all the contentious powers simmered at a little bit. Eventually, we had the top 3 candidates going into that primaries: Tinubu, Amechi, and the then Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. What ADC is facing at the moment is not new.
The fear is that this interest may likely divide the coalition before it even starts.
No, when you say fear, who should be afraid?
Don't you agree?
Is it Nigerians that should be afraid, or members of ADC? ADC is just one of the numerous political parties in Nigeria. Why should anybody be afraid? But it's not mandatory that they must vote for ADC in the coming election.
Which of the parties do we have? Which of the I want to disagree with you. Which of the parties do we have? Apart from APC, which of the parties do we have? We know the PDP.
In 2023, did you believe that YPP was going to win election in Nigeria? Did you believe that SDP was going to win election in Nigeria? It's a movement.
But that was then. But that was then. No. What we've seen in the last 2 years is that most of these smaller parties have they have been infiltrated by the opposition, by the ruling party, and they seem to be in crisis.
No, the challenge before ADC is to put it out in order. As of today, the only challenge before ADC is to put their house in order. Once they put their house in order, they can now begin to think of how to challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress anywhere in the world. And I underline it, anywhere in the world. It is not easy to defeat an incumbent in office. He already has an advantage over you in any country in the world, more so Nigeria. The truth is, Tinubu has the edge at the moment because he's able to hold his political party, and is almost guaranteed that Tinubu will be the presidential flag bearer of APC. So he's under less pressure to satisfy so many people that will contest the presidential primary of APC with him. The onus, the pressure is on ADC to put it out in order.
Are you worried about the structure? Many people have said that the structure of the ADC across the country, a lot of states, ADC seem not to be in existence. In Lagos here, I can't really know where their office is. Don't you think what the ADC should be doing now is about building structures? Couldn't this affect the party, the chances of against the APC in 2027?
That's why they have started early, if you ask me. They've started early in 2025. Election is still about less than 24 months away. They've started early. You've seen what has happened in some states where PDP is saying they are collapsing their structure to form ADC in their state. We've seen that in Adamawa. We've seen what happened in Benue. We've seen where other key political leaders of ADC are now going back to their states to try and hijack some kind of existing structure they have on ground. The good thing is that a sizable majority of those that are in ADC today...
Let me just ask you this. We're running up before I forget. What is your take in the current, we like call debate now? Atiku should step down for Obi. This is the turn of the South. Atiku said, I can't step down. Let's go to open primary. Who do you think should be the candidate? Who do you think have an upper hand? Some people have said, within the North, it is only another candidate that can defeat the incumbent. What is your take in all this?
If you look at the last presidential election, there are top 2 candidates in ADC as of today. That is, if Obi is a member of ADC. Obi is yet to confirm his membership of ADC.
Okay.
Yes, the fact that he attended the meeting does not make him a member. You can be an observer at a meeting and try to explore the chances of what you can get from that party. As of today, Obi is still a member of Labour Party. He has not resigned. So until Obi arrives at ADC, only then can we begin to debate, will it be Obi, will it be Atiku? As it stands today, Atiku contested 2023, he came second. It gives him the leverage to actually argue that he should rather be the candidate of the ADC because he has the track record of what he has done. So I would rather say if ADC is looking at the candidate, then Atiku probably have the highest bargaining power.
Do you fear that do you fear the way the opposition are going, Atiku and Obi may stand, may not agree and decide to go solo and contest against the incumbent? Don't you think this will probably affect the opposition chances and probably giving for the president, favor the president to win again?
If they decide to go their separate ways, then they're giving a huge advantage to the incumbent president. That's just it. They've given a huge advantage because we only go back to the 2023 scenario. So you can imagine, Obi had about 6-point-something million votes in 2023. Atiku had about 6-point-something million votes in 2023. It meant that if both of them had stayed together, that gave you about slightly around the region of 30 million. So let's say some people might not be happy with one of them being the running mate of the other. Remove another 3 million votes from there. It means that they could have stood an advantage in 2023.
Finally,
they run separately.
Finally, in one word, do you think Atiku should contest? This talk about Atiku contest. Should Atiku step down for Peter Obi? Should he contest?
Atiku deserves the guaranteed and fundamental human right to contest any primary. It is not the business of anybody to tell somebody who should contest and who should contest. It is a personal decision of that person if he does not want to contest. Otherwise, it is his guaranteed right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. That's been Inside Policies for this week. I've been speaking with Olalekan Ige, been looking at the coalition chances against the APC and President Bola Tinubu in 2027. Join us next week on Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Iwok. You can follow me on Twitter. Twitter handle is there at inyobong2work.com.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello out there and welcome to BDTV Roundtable. This afternoon we dive into one of the most defining political questions ahead of Nigeria's 2027 general election. Who should fly the presidential ticket of the coalition for 2027? As economic pressure mounts, insecurity persists, and citizens grow increasingly disillusioned with traditional party structures, talk of a united opposition, or even a grand political coalition has begun to gain momentum. But forming a coalition is only half the battle. The bigger question is who has the national appeal, political pedigrees, and unifying capacity to fly the flag in 2027 so as to be able to win. Joining me to discuss this this afternoon, I have Mr. Odinaka Anudu, who is the deputy editor of Business Day, and Zeb Agomo is the Sunday editor of Business Day. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for having us.
I am Joshua Bassi, your host. We are seeing various political parties beginning to come together to talk about coalition. And the whole idea is to wrestle power with the current administration of Bola Tinubu, who is of course, ruling the country on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. And let's begin to broadly. Do we believe, maybe Zeb, I should start with you. Do you believe a coalition can realistically win the 2027 election, given the strength of the APC right now in the country?
Well, thank you very much, Josh. Before going into whether they are capable of winning the 2027 election, the question to ask is how right are they to be forming a coalition at this point? Yes, is there inalienable right? Is there constitutional right as citizens of this country to associate? Politics give them that opportunity to associate with whoever they want to associate. After all, the All Progressive Congress that is in government today was also a beneficiary of such a coalition. In 2013. So there is nothing untoward in what is going on. So politicians must gather. They must gather as part of their business to gather. It's part of their activities to gather. So if they don't gather, they are no longer politicians. So what we're seeing is something that is normal. Not only in Nigeria, all over anywhere in any climate where politics is being played, they have to gather. Whether they have the capacity to remove the incumbent is another thing. And I think in this opening remark, I want to establish that they have the right to gather. The structure they are building, it depends on the astuteness, the strong, whatever will make it strong is what Nigerians should be looking up to, or looking out for. So, but to gather, yes, they have that right. That's what I would say in this opening remark.
Okay. Thank you, Zeb. Odinaka, the presidency has described those who are seeking to form a coalition under ADC as internally displaced politicians. So how will you react to the presidency?
Yes, first
tagging these guys as internally displaced politicians.
Yes, it's right in some way, but wrong in some other way, because there are many members of the coalition that left the APC because they were disgruntled. So you know some of the names like El-Rufai. So El-Rufai, for example, left APC as soon as the government failed to give him minister. So there are many of them who are actually displaced politicians at the moment. They are not Arabeshala and co. So they left the APC because they lost their steam within the party. So however, you know, they are also wrong in the other way, because we have the likes of P2B, who is not a member of the APC, and who is in another party. It doesn't mean he's not lost, even in the whole morass of confusion. So I think that that's exactly what they should be saying, because I think it's a reflection that they are beginning to panic, because a man who kills with a knife will not like another man to go behind him with a knife. They came with coalition, and they know that certainly the coalition does
can
not
do something.
Yes, that's what I think.
But you say Obi is not. Obi was once a member of the PDP, and this guy. Don't forget that in 2019, Obi ran as vice presidential candidate.
I know.
To
Obi still has a party.
Yes.
So you can actually say they have crisis in their party, but APC also has a crisis. Otherwise, the national chairman wouldn't have left the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, we was forced out of the other day. So Obi is not an internally displaced politician. He has somewhere he is. Someone like Atiku now is an example of internally displaced politician. He's not a member of the PDP at the moment. Because if you look at there is no evidence to show me that Atiku is a member of PDP at the moment.
But he is yet to resign.
But he's yet to resign.
But at least all of this crisis PDP has been having, I haven't seen Atiku anywhere. So, and I can tell you, I mean, if you look at even Bode George, as politically criticize some of them, they are no members of PDP. Let's not deceive ourselves. Wike, even though he's not a part of, there are individuals that actually they do not have political parties. Wike is another good example. Even though
it's a roving politician.
No, but Wike is still in the PDP. I mean,
but
he's in charge of the PDP. So
being it's just like if you rice waffle, you are inside the rice and you are destroying the rice. That's the role that Wike and some other people are playing in PDP. And people are wondering why the PDP has not mustered the courage to expel them. So that is one of the weaknesses of PDP as a party. And that's what is destroying the party.
No, it clearly looks like Wike is more powerful than the party itself. So
well, I can say yes to some extent, because Wike was the alter ego of that party when other bigwigs deserted the party. Wike appropriated PDP and spent his money. And wherever, if you remember the election in Edo State.
You say he spent his money. Was it his money or River State money?
No, but what I'm saying, whether it's the River's money or not, he was the big brother for other governors in other states, other PDP governors. Wherever they had challenges, he ran to that place to deliver them. Without Wike, Obaseki, God's will, is it? Obaseki wouldn't have. Godwin Obaseki wouldn't have won a re-election.
Well, probably
because Wike put himself there and made sure that that state was delivered to PDP. Now, not only that, you could remember when Wike went to Sokoto and donated 500 million to Tamboa at that time. So he was there for all the people. So he was so shocked that after investing so much, and he was not accepted in quotes when it was time for him to reap.
But that shouldn't be why we should destroy the party. But let's go back. Let's return to
let's return to the main
those are the major, key, or should I say, the stakeholders, so to say, that are coming into seeing how they can form the coalition. We have people like Peter Obi. We have people like former President Atiku Abubakar. We have people like Amechi, former Minister of Transportation and former Governor of River State. We have people like Rufai,
former chairman of APC, Oyego.
All of those people.
Yesterday men.
Yeah, so I really want to ask, because we are talking about being able to wrestle power from. So, what will you say should be the quality of who should be able to fly the ticket of this coalition? To be what quality do you think such a person should possess?
Well, I think while I am not trying to speak for the majority of Nigerian voters, I would expect that someone who will rule this country, who wants to preside over the affairs of this country as a president, must have that compassion. Peter Obi, I listened to the interview he had with the channel. He so much dwelt on that. I'm sure, and I really agreed with him that our leaders lack compassion. For instance, if you see people dying, 200 people dying in a place, being killed, not of natural this thing, that they were killed, slaughtered. If you were present with that compassionate heart, you will rest there the next day. You wouldn't wait until in fact, you would jump into your aircraft and go there to see what is happening. People died, many flood in Mokwa here in Niger State. But I'm not sure the president was there. That compassion. And again, people should not be saying we didn't eat before we went to bed last night, and you are eating in excess. People cannot be talking about poverty in a place where people said it's flowing with milk and honey. Nigeria is a blessed country. So a president that could harness the resources of the country and ensure that every Nigerian or no Nigerian goes to bed hungry, at least. Look at the out of school, the number of out of school children in the country today. And nobody is talking about that. There are states where no school have been built in the last 4 years. And people are roaming the streets. And we are breeding criminals every day. So, and we are talking about bandits and everything. If you are not sending people to school, they become whatever. They become a problem for you. So, a president that I will want in 2027, I will not say, let me not say I will want. We have a president there so that I will not be mistaken. We have a president there. I wouldn't know what his policies will be in the next 1.5 years. He could turn a new leaf by appropriating or by incorporating these things we are mentioning now, so that he will turn a corner, he will change, and so that he will now be a father of all. So if I say a president that I will want to see in 2027, it will mean as if I am saying that he's no longer there or he's not coming back. I do not mean to say that. But he can turn a corner and say, okay, these are things that people are saying that I'm not doing rightly. But I will now do them the way that the people will want and benefit from. So whether they are, the president is coming out of the coalition they are forming now, or the incumbent president returning in 2027, but the kind of leadership that I will want in 2027 is a leadership that is compassionate. A leader that is empathizing, that will empathize with the people he or she, because here now we are not ruling out the possibility of a woman emerging. Because when we continue talking about he, it's as if there are no women that are aspiring. So let the person, he or she, be a president for all, not a party president, not a religious president, a president of Nigerians. That's what I think that president should be.
Very good. Odinaka, given the picture of the kind of person that Nigeria should expect, I mean, whether it's the sitting president or someone else who, does it really then matter? Because you hear people talk about, oh, it South should continue until 2031. Oh, this. Does it really matter? It do seem that whoever possesses that kind of, quality, that presidential quality, and that can care for Nigerians, that can, empathize, sympathize, deliver, good governance. It could come from anywhere. So does it really matter, this zoning thing that people are talking about?
I don't agree. If you come to my community and one local government is ruling, is going to the House of Reps every day. That is called sense of justice.
Yes.
It was the turn of the North, and that was why Nigeria produced Buhari. The North contended, they had to chase out Jonathan in collaboration with the Southwest and other regions. So why is it that anytime it comes to the turn of the South, it becomes a problem? Don't tell me it doesn't matter. There is something called sense of justice. You will not like in your village, for instance, one family is, apart from traditional ruling position now, if it's about councillorship position, chairmanship, why is it that even in the villages, you find that you find that power is shared? This local government or community will go today, or go this year or this term, another community will go the other term. It's because of what is called sense of justice. And that takes me to the coalition. All of these northerners who are moving around trying to express their ambition for 2027 should go and sit down. It's not their turn. When Tinubu say they will lock on, I'm coming.
Let me
land.
But there's no.
Let me land. There is good governance everywhere.
Yeah.
Good governance does not, as a matter of fact, the North has not even given Nigeria any good governance. Buhari just left Nigeria worse than he met us. 2015, Nigeria was better. By the time he was leaving, Nigeria was worse. I haven't seen Nigeria in my lifetime as terrible as 2023 when Buhari was leaving. So there is a good president from every region.
Exactly.
Don't tell me that she can come, because people who are running away from the truth, that's what they usually say, can come from anywhere. If I do that to you, will you like it? If one particular part of the country continues to rule Nigeria, just like they are doing to the Southeast now, do you expect the Southeast to be happy when other regions, some regions have ruled Nigeria twice, 3 times, 4 times, and Southeast has even supported to produce a president from the South-South? So let me tell you, nobody's, in Igbo language we say, do you understand? There is nobody whose heart, accommodates negative things. We always want sense of justice. And that's exactly what I'm seeing in this coalition now. I see Atiku Abubakar jostling for the position. And people are already saying he will get the ticket. And I won't be surprised if he gets the ticket. But again, if he gets the ticket, does he expect the South to support him? If he gets the ticket, he has already given President Tinubu a leeway to the presidency. I mean, we have 2031 when the turn of the... I will not support any Southerner in 2031, God keeping us alive. Let's try to be just and fair. If you know, the golden rule taught to us by Jesus is do unto others. That's to want others to do unto you. Anytime the Southern...
But the people argue with you and say, look, there's no morality in politics. I mean, you hear people say such thing, and that it's basically about majority, So if you then happen to be the one that the majority of the voters, cast their vote for, you become the president.
I'm not talking about morality. Why did Atiku Abubakar fail in 2023 election? Because number one, he came second.
Yes.
But I bet you if you had brought a person like P2B, he would have beaten them. And if there had been a coalition in 2023 and they produced a Southerner, he would have beaten Tinubu. P2B is more popular in the South than Tinubu in the South. So if you have a northern backing, that's the finished game for him.
Okay, but I'm sorry, Zev, let me come back to you. There's so much I talk about. Even the coalition that are trying to form now, we are already hearing some of the stakeholders saying, "Oh, the presidency is trying to come into them or to destabilize them." And we've heard similar complaint coming from the PDP, coming from the Labour Party, or I should say allegation coming from the PDP, coming from the Labour Party. Do you think this coalition that is struggling to build now can really overcome such so to say, people say we have mold within? Do you think they'll be able to
let me
stay focused and overcome
for
being
those
infiltrated by external forces?
For those who accuse the ruling party of infiltrating their parties or sponsoring fifth columnists into them, if you're a father and you don't provide food for your child or for your children in your house, and those children could stray into other households or other families and they are giving food, and you turn around to complain that this family where my children are going to eat, I've been brainwashed and they are no longer respecting me, who should you blame? You should blame yourself, who does not provide the food, the nourishment that your children need. So if I, as a father, am not providing the nourishment my children need, and I do not tutor my children to drive it into their brain to say, do not accept an outsider more than me being your father. If they go out tomorrow and somebody will indoctrinate them and say, I am no longer their father, I am supposed to be blamed because I have failed on my duties to tell them and to teach them and to lead them in the right way. That's what PDP is doing. PDP is a party that has lost its soul. PDP allowed itself to be decimated. Like Odnaka pointed out, in 2023, because of selfish reasons, because of selfish interest, they destroyed the party. Assuming, for instance, like I alluded to the role that Nyesom Wike played when others abandoned PDP, and he was funding the party. Assuming, let's consider that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar bent back, no matter whatever advice anybody must have given to him, and say, Wike, come and work with me and be my advice. This problem we are seeing now in PDP wouldn't have arisen. Perhaps they would have even won that election. But because somebody felt that you can't eat where you have sowed. So that is what the PDP is suffering today. Now, people are saying that the ruling party has infiltrated Labour, has infiltrated PDP, has infiltrated the ADC. It's politics they are playing. There's no church there. They are not carrying Bible. They are not carrying Quran. Politicians do everything with others, other opponents. So if they have that capacity to infiltrate those parties in order to destabilize them, everything is fair in war. So be it. If they allow the APC to bury them, APC is a party of juggernaut. Tinubu is a political juggernaut, and he can sit down and say, okay, let me infiltrate those people. But it's not even in the Bible days, there are some people that infiltrated others and won the war. So you have to open your eyes. What we are playing is a game of numbers at that. So if Nigerians think that they will see a PDP, that APC will go down and sleep and say, allow them to play their game the way it is, then they are no longer a political party. That's all that I can say here.
But do you foresee ego and personality clashes, stopping the coalition, or you think you see
of
them
course,
being able to manage it?
Already it's manifesting now.
100%. 100%. Let me tell you. So I'm going to draw from the question you asked him, the last question you asked him. If I were in APC, I would not worry myself about the coalition now. So the president should not worry himself about coalition now, because at the moment you find that these are yesterday's men. The moment the coalition begins to make sense is after their primaries. Whoever they present as the presidential candidate, that's when you begin to say, okay, the presidency will worry. And they're not going to be afraid if you bring out a nobody or a perennial failure. And we know those who have failed many times in the past. If you present a candidate who is widely accepted in Nigeria, especially by young Nigerians, the presidency will begin to infiltrate the party. I'm not sure that infiltration will happen now. Why are you going to infiltrate a party that you can beat?
They are not even from a quorum.
Secondly, talking about egos, one thing I don't like, sometimes when you find in my life, one of the things I have stood for is justice. I hate injustice. Because maybe because of my background, one of the things, something I'm foreseeing now from that coalition is injustice being done to Nigerians, because actually opposition is Nigerians. Nigerians, everybody usually leans towards opposition because once the more, especially when the ruling party is not doing so well, people will lean towards opposition, and that is why the role Wike is playing, or some spoilers are playing at the moment, may not go well with many Nigerians. Because what they see, despite the justification for what Wike may be doing, as pointed out by Mr. Zeb, you might also find that many Nigerians do not like being stifling the opposition, because that's their only hope. So the ego is already happening. Why are people why are people from the north? Because of the ego power. I've been in politics for 45 years. I have the number in the north. It is not your turn, my friend. So that ego is already manifesting. You see a group of people who organize themselves and say, this is our candidate. And P2B himself has an ambition. Amechi has an ambition, but I don't have a problem with Amechi's ambition because I know he can always subpedal. I don't have a problem with this. I haven't seen Amechi show so much desperation. I haven't seen it. Yeah, you may, if you look at the primaries conduct between him and Tinubu, yes, it wasn't. You will find that it was different from. I was in Abuja then. It's actually different from the primaries between Atiku and Wike, because that primary was money first.
Yes.
Do you understand? Even those who went there as delegates confessed. So you wouldn't hear that from APC primaries at that time. I don't know what happened. So I don't really see Amechi as a very desperate person. So, and the El-Rufai, I don't think El-Rufai, knowing full well, because remember that El-Rufai was one of those who fought for South, that the president should return to the South in the APC. So I don't really see him as a problem. The major challenge I will find having that party is Atiku Abubakar. I hope he does not stifle this coalition. Because the moment you take it to the north, there will be disintegration. Because people will not, something we criticize. Why do we have to do those things we criticize? It's not hypocrisy. 2014, everybody was saying it's the turn of the north, the son of the turn of the north. Buhari came 8 years after Buhari, which is the son of the south. And then people are jostling for president. Why did you contest 2023 election when it was the turn of the south? Let's begin to look at issues the way it ought.
Let me jump in there.
But just let me, ask you this question so you can just marry the two of them, because it mentioned something about money. I don't know, Zed, how can we reduce the influence of money in Nigerian politics? We seem to have caused a lot of damage, to the polity, and then maybe you can then tie that to the reaction.
Yeah. What I wanted to add to what he said is that to make this coalition work, instead of leaving it open now, everybody is coming to say, I have an ambition. I have presidential ambition. Now, as soon as Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, and the P2B come up now to say, I have a presidential ambition, they have destroyed that coalition. We will want to know who is speaking for the coalition from day one. And Nigeria will also want to know who is the person you are rallying around or you are presenting. Because if, for instance, today they say, okay, because this ticket is for the South, let's continue to hammer on that. Between P2B and Amechi that are from the South, this is our candidate, this is the person we are projecting. Then the fight against that ticket will have been reduced. Then talking about issue of money, in a country where poverty is very high, you can't talk about anything other than use of money, because there are people that you can buy with 200 naira in Nigeria, and they value it so much that they can kill because of that 200 naira. So if you have an army of poor people all over the place, and you go there to give them 500, that's the major problem we have and we've been having. You go there, you give people 500, you give people 1,000, and they vote for 4 whole years. They mortgage their future. So if the INEC, of course, is enshrined in the Electoral Act that there's a limit to which you can deploy money, but who is implementing that? Who is ensuring that those things that are enshrined there are implemented the way they should? So you will see we have graduated to a point that even at the polling booths, people are bringing money, sharing as you vote. You show your voter's card, and money will be given to you there and then. And in the full glare of security agencies, ballot paper you show. In fact, people are today, if you thumbprint, you show your ballot paper. This is the person I voted for. And they tick you, you come here and collect. And the security agents are there. So, and don't forget also that these political practitioners, they stockpile a lot of money. As we are talking now, some people are building whatever bank they have. It's ahead of course, as we are talking now, you know that this election will come in full force by next year. We will have started, people will have started deploying a lot of money. So, issue of money in in places where things are done rightly, people moderate how they deploy money. And also, voter education. Nigerians are still very, very illiterate when it comes to voter education. People do not know the harm they put themselves into by receiving this cover from these politicians. They bring cup of rice, they bring useless things, and you go and vote for them, and they forget you for 4 years. So that's what the country has been suffering, and I do not know if there will be a change in 2027 from what we are seeing, from the level of poverty we are seeing already in the country.
But let me still stay with you before I come back to Odinaka, because you said something about who is monitoring. There's a limit.
Yes, a limit. Yes.
Spend, and who is monitoring? I think INEC is supposed to.
INEC is supposed to.
I'm asking this question because there's another, aspect of the thing that INEC should do that we are not seeing. Because, for instance, and I'm wondering why. I'm coming 2020. This election we're talking about is 2027, and INEC hasn't even given the go ahead for campaign. But we are seeing the
campaign all over the place. It's an aberration
all over the place, and then you are wondering what is INEC doing.
So what? I know you continue, but I just want to point out something. So if I give you money now in 2025 for 2027, how will INEC know? So if I pay money into your account, so or probably if we
we are talking about
open campaign, open campaign.
Maybe you are talking about distributing money for during campaign, but every money you spend in politics is part of the money. So if, for example, as long as I'm trying to convince you to vote for me, I go and meet you and say vote for me, send me my account number, and then I transfer money. How will I can monitor it?
So, what he's saying,
but how can we,
for instance,
because you just talked about poverty
rate in the country is what is fueling this issue of money and bribery, even at the polling booth. Talking about what he was saying here is that INEC has not given go ahead for campaign. Already there is a full-blown campaign. Look at what Senator Joseph Carlo wore the other time, campaigning for the sitting president. So in places where things work, he wouldn't dare it. If he dared it, he would be invited and questioned. But nobody here now, because he belongs to the ruling party, nobody even thought as if it's something serious. But it's a very criminal offense, if I could use that in quote. is not allowed.
But is INEC powerless?
INEC
is not.
Who is
INEC
INEC?
is not independent.
Who is INEC?
It's just a pseudonym.
Who is INEC? INEC that is being, the chairman is being appointed by the sitting president. The money is being appropriated by the National Assembly, populated by the members of the ruling party. So INEC is not independent, just like the judiciary in the country. That's why Nigerians are saying that they have to remove some of this power from the president, so that appointment can be made independent of the president. Nigerians can have input into whoever that superintend over elections, so that it will no longer be on the apron string of the president. Money is released. Now they are talking about commissioning a state-of-the-art office of INEC in Abuja, and you know what that means. I was listening to somebody who was analyzing a few days ago and say, what if they go there and they bug everything and just at least before the election, the ruling party will have gotten but that's the allegation that may not hold any water.
Cannot be substantiated.
It cannot be substantiated. Yeah. But you know, it's very dangerous for a sitting government to be seen to be doing all these things, because you can no longer say it's independent.
Yes.
When everything you are teleguiding the body to commission to do according to your bidding. So that's the fear and why our election cannot be said to be credible.
Let me also comment. Sometimes when you look at data, you begin to see that 2027 will be worse. The World Bank released a report recently that says that there is 75% extreme poverty in the rural areas. Do you know what it means? 25% are not extreme. Not that they are not poor, are not extreme, are not extremely poor in rural areas. And you know that where people get their votes are in rural areas. And then you have this kind of level of poverty. Because many farms, insecurity is already clearing up, destroying farms.
Yes.
Do you understand? How do you expect someone who is that poor not to collect money from you? So the society should not be giving excuses when you have people who need to feed their children. Their children need to go to school. And you are telling me that when politicians come, they won't collect money from them. Kill poverty, and then kill this. As long as people keep on, look at unemployment. MBS recently revised its unemployment metrics. And then currently we have about between 5 and 6% unemployment rate. But it's been rising. If you look at the trend, it's been rising. From the last time we were 33 point something, but it's been rising despite the fact that you rebase the metrics. So what I'm simply saying is that if you have a high unemployment rate, especially high youth unemployment rate, don't you expect this kind of thing to happen in your nation? Secondly, I asked questions about monitoring. There are so many things in America, for instance. If you're a politician, the government knows through agencies transparently how much you have and when money begins to leave your account during the election. So they can easily track it. So do you expect anybody to track money that President Tinubu will? Because it's going to be a candidate. He's going to track the money that will leave his account, or a ministers, or members of APC. And then a financial institution will say you are spending too much money, and then go and report into INEC. So there are so many complexities.
But
however,
that's what the EFCC should be doing. Is that not?
We are still going back to it. The problem is that these agencies are never. I mean, you are in Nigeria. You've been a journalist for ages. We cannot have an agencies of government, EFCC, INEC, who are kowtowing to the ruling party. Okay, look at the other guy, this guy that is in charge of pipeline. former militant who is in charge of the pipe.
Tompolo.
Was he not spending money from the video?
Apart from spending money, he's placing adverts.
No, what I'm saying is spreading money. Spraying money, what which is an offense by
yes. And nobody, they said
spending money on him. It was not the one who
but they were saying whether it was Photoshop or something. And then when it came to some other people, the police never asked such question.
So was EFCC not, even if it was not the person, those who were committing that crime, because they say it's a crime, why did they leave them up to today? Okoya Williams, I'm coming. Where are you going? Because I need to clarify. I will not expect too much from EFCC or INEC. These people who are in government now, we are once crusaders of restructuring. Restructuring also involves restructuring INEC. Now, INEC reforms, they can't even stand it because they feel that it will fail them.
Yes.
We are too hypocritical in Nigeria. Hypocritical. So,
okay, thank you. So, as we begin to just wrap up, Zeb, I ask you just one more question because the focus really has been the coalition. So, what, in your view, do you think would take to sustain the coalition through nomination to election for them to be able to even make any headway?
Yeah. If you cast your mind back to 2013, when APC was formed, ACN, CPC, ABGA, some version of ABGA, some version of AMPP, yes. So they came very closely and they agreed. And some of these parties that fused to form APC were not in deep crisis as some of those who are here now forming this coalition are. PDP is in deep crisis. Labour is in deep crisis. Just many of them that are leading this thing, they are in deep crisis. So if you got an amalgam of crisis-ridden organizations and you are saying you are forming a coalition, don't forget that there will be also some members that will be already, members of ADC are already hitting.
Yes.
That people are coming to hijack their party.
Yeah, they came
so
into the
already
back door.
from day one, you have an issue at hand. Before even talking about who to nominate as the flag bearer, you are already having crisis. That did not happen when APC was formed. It was a party that members that formed it embrace it. Everybody just embrace it and say, this is our party. And that's why it succeeded. And before the Amechi people and the new PDP people that decamped, joined them, and it became more formidable. So what we're seeing now is an amalgamation of angry politicians who believe that they have lost out. They have cause to settle with Tinubu, who is there. Apart from one or two of them that genuinely believe that I want to go and rescue the country, in quotes, according to that they have something to offer. They have a service to be rendered to render to Nigerians. I think largely many of them are driven by just self-interest. Let me go there and achieve my lifelong ambition of becoming the president. That's what I think is happening. And that is also what we consume the coalition. I don't see this coalition go beyond this formation, this noise. If it goes beyond the word, good luck to them. But the foundation itself is not really right. If you are waking up and you are looking at, you come in anger, not that I want to offer things, not that I want to build my nation, not that I want to serve my country, but because of anger, I want to be here. I want to remove this person. That is not a very right attitude to service.
Odinaka, just your last word, because we are rounding up now.
Except the party has the constitution. One, the constitution has to spell out whose turn, which section of the country should produce a president in 2027. Except they have a kind of ideology that will be different from others. Because when APC came, they came with an ideology. Forget now, things are no longer the same.
They came with the ideology changed.
That
was their...
Yeah. So, except they have an ideology, because I wouldn't like us to, assuming that this coalition continues, and the president, are we really talking about removing Buhari?
So
that
removing
shouldn't be,
Tinubu.
sorry, Tinubu, removing Tinubu, and then producing another Buhari, in quotes. Because that was what happened. Remove Jonathan, and then you bring Buhari. And for 8 years, Nigeria was never the same. People may blame Tinubu for what is happening now. But if you look at the way Nigeria was governed in the last 8 years, especially in relation to economy, security, you find that anybody who became president in 2023 should only begin to manage things the way they were. Insecurity, kidnapping became a business in an industry. Economy was, simple, everything, little thing. When the government needs money, they run to the CBN, they print money. I mean, the economy was bastardized. So, how are we going to produce another Buhari in course? So, let them have an ideology, because I don't know how long we're going to do this to get the Nigeria of our dream. Should be the target, and not an individual trying to be so desperate that he must be the president. We have a lot of talented Nigerians who can govern this country. There are good leaders in Nigeria, from every part of Nigeria. So not an individual thinking is a candidate was asked, why did you win a party's why didn't you win the party's ticket? He said, why wouldn't you win it?
Yes. He said, I've always won it.
I've always won it. So that kind of candidate is not the kind of candidate Nigeria needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, so very much for joining me this afternoon. And this is where we wrap it. I think the message here really is, let the coalition have an ideology, so Nigerians can actually know that this is where they are leading, this is where they are heading, and this is what they stand for. And then they can then choose whether to follow them to that direction they want to go. Just so, I think that's a better place to leave it this afternoon. Thank you so very much, viewers, for joining us this afternoon. We'll be here again next week. My name is Joshua Bassey. Thank you once again.
Thank you.